Welcome to Yankton Basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank of Yankton. This broadcast is made possible by the following Sportscaster Club members: Midwest Insurance Agency, Murph's Appliance, Yankton Thrive, Stockman's Motorsports, Les Schwab Tires, Linda's Angel Crossing, MT and RC Smith Insurance Agency, Hy-Vee, Vichy, Elwood Dental, Floortech Restoration, Angela's Mexican Store, Yankton Rexall, KFC Taco Bell, SWAT Chiropractic and Rehab, Slumberland, Larry's Heating and Cooling, America's Best Realty, Larson Carpet, Elkhorn Valley Bank, Anytime Fitness, King Buffet and Mongolian Grill, Yankton Medical Clinic, All Seasons Power Sports, Kaiser Heating and Cooling, Wince and Ray Funeral Home, First Dakota National Bank, JR's Oasis, Intech Cleaning and Restoration, The Bone Setter, Triple Time Rudy's, Farmers Union Insurance, Meridian Photo, Graham Tire, Pied Piper Flowers and Gifts, Kalen's Indoor Comfort, H&H Roofing, Boss's Pizza and Chicken, Wall of Fame, Midwest Ready Mix and Clark's Rentals, and Raven Books. Now, for the Anytime Fitness pregame show with the voice of Yankton Athletics, Zach Spear.
Hello and welcome to Brookings High School, where we await a matchup between the Brookings Bobcats and the Yankton Bucks and Gazelles. Yankton Athletics live and on the air on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube. Presented by First Dakota National Bank of Yankton. First Dakota has proudly supported the dreams and banking needs of their customers for over 150 years. They offer personal, business, and ag banking solutions for every stage of your journey with 2 locations, downtown and North Broadway, Yankton. Into the final week of the regular season, and we start with the Yankton Gazelles and the Brookings Bobcats. Every game from here on out could be the difference between going up, down, or staying put in the standings. For Yankton, their current record sits at 6-11, which is good for the 13th seed in AA. On the other side, with Brookings, currently 2-15, which has them as the 19th seed in AA. Of course, the Bobcats would love an opportunity to compete in the Sodak 16, and it feels like they've been playing some of their best basketball as of late. They're going to be fighting hard here tonight to try and move up a little bit in those standings. They're coming off a 51-40 loss to a very good Aberdeen Central team, and before that, just a 1-point loss to Pierre T.F. Riggs, who we saw against the Gazelles earlier in the season. For Yankton, they're coming off a win over T-Area and arguably their best game of the season. Let's see how the teams have matched up so far this year. For the Gazelles, scoring 44.5 points per game. Brookings just shy of 38 points per game. On the defensive side, about as evenly matched as you could get. 53.8 points per game allowed for Yankton on the year. Brookings, 53 even. For Yankton, their average point differential is minus 9.5 points per game. For Brookings, minus 15.2 points per game. Last year they matched up. It was a big victory for the Bobcats, and they came out on top 64-33. And, this season it kind of feels like the teams have swapped from maybe what they were last year, as Brookings was the 11th seed with 10 wins, and the Gazelles were that young squad that certainly had potential, but just needed a little bit of time to put it together. For tonight's game, it feels like it's whose offense can get the scoring started early, and that's kind of been the case for Yankton this season. Both teams do give up about 53 points per game, and if you can keep the opponent under 50, it should give your team a great chance for a win. Again, for Brookings, they need some wins late here to try and pick up a few spots to maybe have a chance at that Sodak 16. They're going to be fighting hard for that. Now, if the Gazelles can match their energy while still keeping things under control offensively, they should like their odds for a win. This is your Anytime Fitness of Yankton pregame show. Anytime Fitness Yankton, let's make healthy happen. Right now on the floor, the JV Bucks and Bobcats in action with a minute 48 to play yet in the third quarter of action. And as of right now, Brookings leads it 27-19, a lower scoring game, and they are at the free throw line as well. We'll take a quick break, and when we return, we'll talk about some other games going around the state and other games being covered within our five-star communications world. You're tuned in to Gazelles and Bucks basketball here on Classic Hits 106.3 in Yankton, streaming on YouTube.
Interior technicians.
Jerry, I need your help.
I'm in a real pickle.
How can we help? We clean carpets, furnace and duct cleaning, mold remediation, fire restoration, water damage restoration, office cleaning, and much more.
No, Jerry, I'm in a real pickle. I'm stuck and I can't get out. Hang on, I'll send you a pic so you can see what I mean.
Oh my gosh. When you need it clean, call the Intech team, fixing pickles since 1984.
At Anytime Fitness Yankton, your fitness journey starts with one step, and Anytime Fitness will be with you every step of the way. Open 24 hours a day with top-of-the-line equipment and guidance you need to reach your goals. Plus, your membership gives you access to every Anytime Fitness gym anywhere. No matter your goals, no matter the time, you belong at Anytime Fitness Yankton. Located at 2509 Fox Run Parkway. Start today at Anytime Fitness, where your fitness journey never stops.
Lucky for us, life is full of choices, big and small, just as it should be. They define us, make us who we are. And when it comes time for you to choose, a car, home, your next big adventure, or start a new business, Farmers Union Insurance has the variety of choices to make sure you have the perfect coverage to protect each perfect moment. Farmers Union Insurance.
Welcome to Wall of Fame, where style meets customization, specializing in crafting custom clothing and print shirts. We ensure every stitch and every print is of the highest quality, so you get the best clothes every time. We're here for all your promotion needs, and the best part, our process is seamless. Simply share your designs with us and we'll handle the rest. Get custom clothes for the best price. Wall of Fame.
And back on the floor to continue the Anytime Fitness Yankton pregame show, as the JV game on the floor will be entering the fourth quarter just moments away, with Brookings currently leading 30-24. So a good one on the floor tonight, and looking for two more good games, as again coming into this one, it is the Bucks and Gazelles taking on the Brookings Bobcats. For the Bobcats, 2-15 so far this season. Gazelles 6-11. Feels like the teams maybe kind of traded what they were last year, with Yankton picking up. They had one win last season and now up to 6, hoping to get a few more and move up to maybe that 11, maybe possibly 10 spot in the Sodak 16. Of course, we'll just have to wait and see how that ends up wrapping up. And for Brookings, unfortunately, as you'll later hear their coach talk about how they lost a couple of key players on their team, and so they're running a younger squad who maybe just didn't have much varsity experience and just kind of have struggled a little bit to kind of get their feeding, but that's very common. And so, as I mentioned, feels like maybe kind of a flip of the two teams last year. So in AA for boys and girls, busy day on each side. Other games going around the state. Number 2 ranked O'Gorman takes on Huron at the Huron Arena at 6 o'clock. Number 1 ranked Brandon Valley against Mitchell, who is receiving votes at 6 at the Mitchell High School. Number 5 ranked Aberdeen Central will take on Sioux Falls Roosevelt at Sioux Falls Roosevelt. T Area, who just fell to the Gazelles, takes on number 3 ranked Sioux Falls Washington. Pierre TF Riggs will travel into Sioux Falls to take on Jefferson, a team receiving votes. And in the final game of girls AA action, Sturgis Brown at Douglas High School at 7:30 tonight. And then into boys AA games, Sioux Falls Washington, who's receiving votes, takes on number 5 ranked T Area, the Titans, who also fell to the Bucks, looking for a nice bounce back. Sioux Falls Jefferson, who's receiving votes, takes on Pierre TF Riggs. Jefferson 8-9, Pierre is 6-11, could be a very good game. Number 3 ranked Sioux Falls Roosevelt travels to Aberdeen to take on the Central Golden Eagles. Of course, after the Gazelles take on the Bobcats, then the Bucks will take on Brookings here on the floor tonight. O'Gorman, who's receiving votes, takes on the number 2 ranked Huron Tigers. O'Gorman 11-7, Huron 14-4. Brandon Valley, who's receiving votes, will travel to take on the Mitchell Colonels. Brandon Valley 11-7, Mitchell 8-9. And in the final game of boys AA tonight, Sturgis Brown takes on Douglas at Douglas High School. As I mentioned, within our realm of 5-star communications, multiple games going on here as lower classes have hit playoffs. It is region play, so we have some area coverage, and I'll let you know about what we're covering. So the Vermilion Tanagers are going to host the Dakota Valley Panthers here tonight at 7 o'clock. That'll be on our Fox Sports Radio, 101.5, AM 1570, as well as Vermilion Tanagers on YouTube. The voice of the Tanagers, Parker Orr, will be on the call. Of course, tonight, Bucks and Gazelles against Brookings. Then Irene Wakanda at the Freeman Flyers. That will be at 7 o'clock on 5 Star streaming on YouTube. Again, 7 o'clock, Irene Wakanda at Freeman. And in the last game of our coverage tonight, the Avon Pirates travel in to take on the Gayville-Vollen Raiders, and that will be on Gayville-Vollen Raiders on YouTube. With just over 5 minutes to play here in the JV game, Brookings leading 35-29. I did get a chance to talk with both head coaches ahead of this matchup. It's head coach Mitch McClagan for the Brookings Bobcats, and as always, Coach Blake Savvy for the Gazelles. We'll step aside for just a moment here when we return that chat with Coach McClagan here on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube. Triple Time Rudy's on the corner of 16th and Broadway, Yankton. Stop in and check out their wide variety of items. Grab some snacks, whether you want chips, popcorn, or something sweet, they have it. Ice cold beverages, or when you need that boost in the morning, coffee. You can also grab the best locally produced meats, meat sticks, and cheeses in the area. Guaranteed fresh. For those hot days, grab a freezy too. Get all your car needs and 5 cents off a gallon when using cash. All at Triple Time Rudy's, Yankton.
The Bonesetter Chiropractic, Yankton. I'm Dr. TJ Stotes. When you need chiropractic, we're here. We use a hands-on approach, decompression traction, electrical stimulation, acupuncture, and state-of-the-art examination techniques. We're happy to offer exercise and supplement advice as well. The Bonesetter Chiropractic, 215 Mulberry, Suite 9, Yankton. Call or text 605-401-5701. Bringing you comfort when there's discomfort.
Starting the first bank in South Dakota was the easy part, earning the confidence of local farmers, helping families account for their dreams, and securing the future for countless businesses took us a little longer. We owe it to the hard workers, big dreamers, and forward thinkers out there. Thank you for making South Dakota a great place to call home.
Authentic Mexican food goods with the family touch is here in Yankton at Angela's Mexican Store. From fresh produce and meats to the spices and the snacks you miss from home. Traveling or just moved? No problem. They accept money from many different countries. Check out the different kinds of money on the wall. Family owned, family loved. They treat you like family. Angela's Mexican Store, where culture meets community. Stop in today.
Hello and welcome to our Coaches Conversations. Now joining on the line is head coach Mitch McClagan of the Brookings Bobcats. Coach, how are you doing today?
Doing well. Excited to get back to work and excited for a fun one tonight.
And could you tell me about the season that you've had so far?
Yeah, we've had a rough go, and you can tell that by looking at a schedule. But there's a lot more that goes with it. The adversity that we have faced early on in the season. Our best player goes down with an ACL injury, and then another starter, another senior, gets an injury that she's out for the year, and so all of a sudden we are starting one senior and playing a bunch of sophomores and freshmen. And every team goes through, some of the things that we have. The youth that we're putting on the floor probably just aren't ready for varsity basketball. And I commend our kids. They showed up every day and they've worked hard, and we've seen flashes of where we can be pretty good. But putting together 4 quarters has been a difficult thing for us. We've been in a lot of games that we had a chance, and it's just, with a young group that we have, we're kind of, we don't really know how to win yet. And that's some of the things that we're working through.
And that's it, kind of exactly. Consistency just kind of comes with age. But there are some positives then to getting to play young players. How is this going to benefit them moving forward then?
Yeah, when you look at down the road, the experience in playing in some of the close games that we've played in against teams that are, let's be honest, that are better than us, it's going to play, it's going to pay dividends, in the next couple of years. Now, as the competitiveness gets rolling, it's been difficult, but Sloan McClagan has done a really good job of being a good leader for us, being the one senior that plays significant minutes. Has done a really good job of trying to get our freshmen and sophomores ready. So there is light at the end of the tunnel. Frustrating the fact that we won't be playing in a SODAC 16, but it's a lot that we can learn from.
And earlier you mentioned there are flashes of what your team is capable of. When they're playing well, what is it that they do best?
Yeah, that's a great question. When we're playing well, everything that we hang our hat on is on the defensive end. And I expect us to be good defensively again tonight. Where we struggle is scoring. We've struggled to make shots. We turn the ball over too many times. And so when you look at us, we're going to hang our hat on the defensive end, and I hope you see effort. That's another thing I give our kids credit for. It would be easy to kind of put it, this is another game. Their season's not going very well. Our kids show up, and they play with a ton of effort.
Coming up, you take on the Yankton Gazelles. What are your thoughts on this matchup?
Yeah, to be honest, I wish we'd have played Yankton back in December. They are playing really, really good basketball right now. Give a ton of credit to Coach Savvy and his staff because they're a young group as well, and they're young kids. Seem to be very varsity ready right now. I've been very impressed by what I've seen from Jordan Kudera on film. Her ability to make shots is something that they'd kind of missed, right? You look at Eden Wolfgram, everyone knows who she is, and she can score and she shoots at high volume, but what they were missing was that player that can make shots off of it. And you can go down their roster and all of a sudden you're starting to see a bunch of kids that can just score. I've been impressed by September Rao, what she has done from what I saw last year, playing with much more control and poise. This is a really dangerous team, and I mentioned they're young, and they're probably young enough to get beat by a lot of teams. They're also athletic enough and shoot the ball well enough to beat some of the better teams in the state.
And you mentioned Sloan McClagan. Who are a couple of other players we should expect to see making plays in this one?
Yeah, the excitement is a lot of times sophomore twins, Taylor and Tessa Connett. They're still raw, but very athletic. Dad ended up playing some NFL football, and you can just see the athleticism that they got from him. They are all over the floor. Their arms just don't quit. So they make a few plays that are just some pretty wild plays. Julia Burns is another player that's just that consistency that we talked about earlier. She has the ability to, score 15 to 20. And then you look at Harper Hook, who's a freshman. We're kind of grooming to be our next point guard, and she has kind of started finding her shot, and we hope to see she hits a couple tonight because, that's a kid that's really struggled to shoot in games, and when we go to practice, she's one of our better shooters. And so, then we come off the bench with Ella Miller, and we will throw 7 to 8 kids on the floor, and there's just a lot of athleticism. It just comes down to making shots and some of the fundamental things that comes up.
Well, Coach, appreciate the time. We should be in for a great game tonight.
Yeah, I appreciate you getting a hold of me, and I'm excited to get into the end of the year, but it's still exciting to play these types of matchups, these ESD matchups.
Again, that was head coach Mitch McClagan of the Brookings Bobcats. Coming up, Blake Savvy, head coach of the Gazelles. All here on Classic Hits 106.3 in Yankton, streaming on YouTube. Les Schwab Tires, located at 2809 Broadway in Yankton. It's the place to buy tires with all different tread types to fit your needs and rims ready to make your vehicle shine. Not only do they sell tires, they fix them too. Flats, brakes, alignments, and more. You can feel confident that your car will be taken care of. No waiting for your tires, they should have them in stock. If you're looking for tractor or semi-tires, those are available too. Les Schwab Tires, where the sign says it all.
MT&RC Smith Insurance has been a part of the Yankton community since 1949. Our agency would love to help you with your home, auto, business, life, and long-term care insurance needs.
We take pride in providing you with quality service when you have a claim or need to make changes to your coverage.
The MT and RC Smith Insurance Agency is flexible to meet with you in person or at the office at 204 West 4th Street. Give them a call for insurance changes, payments, claims, or service requests.
Craving something boss-level delicious? Come out to Boss Pizza and Chicken, where flavor meets delicious and delicious meets drooling. Your taste buds won't be the same when you taste the bold flavors of Boss Pizza and Chicken. From crispy chicken to juicy burgers to handcrafted specialty pizzas, Boss has it all. Serving lunch and dinner Monday through Sunday starting at 11 o'clock. That's why they're the boss. Boss Pizza and Chicken, just waiting to crush your cravings.
Warmer days are coming, and sooner or later your air conditioning will need to kick in as well. But what if it doesn't? Well, don't wait. Call Larry's Heating and Cooling. With 43 years in the business, we're very knowledgeable on what we do and how we serve our customers. You can rest assured that when you call day or night, someone will always pick up the call. Join our elite club today and become a priority member. Skip the line, get discounts on services, and have no overtime fees. Call Larry's Heating and Cooling for expert service from factory-trained technicians.
Slumberland Furniture at 2401 Broadway in Yankton, home of Kirkland Furniture Groups, bedroom groups by Laguna, and dining sets by Tower and Catadel. They're also the only place to offer furniture by Flex Steel and the biggest selection of Lazy Boy in the area. The Mattress Gallery is full of the best brand name mattresses in the business, including the all-new Tempur-Pedic Active Breeze personalized climate-controlled mattress. Slumberland Furniture, dining, bedroom sets, and mattresses in Yankton.
Doctors Lane, Reed, and Cole Swatsky make up the SWAT Chiropractic team. Check out their new location at 2000 Summit Street, Yankton, South Dakota. At SWAT Chiropractic and Rehab, they'll treat your neck and back pain, headaches and migraines, plantar fasciitis, sciatica, sports injuries, elbow, knee, rotator cuff, nerve injuries, and more. SWAT Chiropractic, specialized wellness and therapy. Let them get you ready for wherever life leads you. Now on our Coaches Conversations, chatting with head coach Blake Savvy of the Yankton Gazelles. Coach, your team coming off a huge win against the T-Area Titans. Let's talk about that game.
Yeah, I thought we did a nice job defending them. I would say about, 3 minutes into the first quarter, we got the offense and the defense kind of rolling together, and were able to jump out into a good lead, and that was a good response after they went up 5-0 and I think 7-2. And then, for us to end the first quarter up 18-11, I thought the ball had good movement. We put good pressure on the rim, and then defensively, there was good perimeter pressure. I think there was plenty of holes in the defense when you go back and look at film. We let too many cutters get to the rim and some uncontested drivers, but I thought that the pressure on the perimeter was good enough and just there enough that it kept them out of rhythm. And so, they missed some shots that they would maybe normally make. And then our defensive rebounding percentage was a huge stat of the game. We got 93% of all defensive rebounds that we had an opportunity to get. And so that was huge for us to just be able to make them pay for missing the first time and then go get our opportunities on offense.
And as you just mentioned, get your opportunities on offense. 3 girls scoring in double digits. Jordan Cooter leading the way with a 20-point double-double. What did you see on the offensive side that led to such an efficient performance?
Yeah, I thought that we moved the ball with purpose, and then we shot the ball with confidence. And when you do those two things, I think you're going to see higher efficiency on the offensive end. And so I think if you look at Eden, Jordan, and September, all of them in double figures, and they all had very efficient nights, shooting a high percentage from the field. And all 3 of them made really big shots at timely moments. You could go to each of them and look at a shot that they made that extended the lead from 1 point to 4 points, 2 points to 5 points, 3 to 6. Just kind of those really big moments where it kept them at kind of an arm's length and made them continue to press a little bit. And so just big credit all around to every girl that was on the court because ball movement, it takes everybody. And, there's the old John Wooden saying that it takes 10 hands to score a basketball. And I thought that we did a good job of that on Friday night.
And coming up, it's the Brookings Bobcats. Your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, They're very reminiscent. They remind me of us last year. They're just a very young team. They've got a lot of sophomores on the court. They've had a few injuries to seniors this year, and so they're a young team that I think has gotten better as the season has gone on and has played some teams really close. So they go out and battle. They play hard defense, and they try and get to the rim offensively. And so we've got to be ready to go. We've got to get to our spots, put pressure on the ball, make sure that we're knocking down cutters and doing a better job being in the gap, and then doing just as great of a job on the defensive boards. And then offensively, we got to be ready to play against a zone or a man and not let that dictate how we play, but make sure that we continue to play with good ball movement, good player movement. And then, again, we're going to go back to those two things. I think move the ball with purpose and then shoot the ball with confidence. If we can do those things, I think we'll have a great night.
And your team's defense compared to their defense, you give up about the same number of points per game. I know you mentioned defensive rebounding. What else is going to be the difference maker on that side of the ball for you and the team?
It's really just going to be our ball pressure. If we get out and we're confident when we defend and we pressure the ball, we've shown ourselves capable of holding teams into the 30s and 40s. And I think that, for us, that 30-point range is where we want to be tomorrow night. We want to make sure that we don't let them cross that 40-point threshold, because we know that when we're playing up to our standard and capability defensively, that's where we can be.
And now only 3 games remaining on your schedule. How important are those games to try and shore up your standings for the SODAC 16?
Yeah, I think they're really big in that sense of just putting ourselves in a good position going into the SODAC 16. We've kind of talked throughout the year, both on the radio, just in preseason talks and all the things. I think if you can position yourself 13 or higher, I really think that it is anybody's game going into those SODAC 16 matchups. But I think they're also big in just us having momentum and playing our best basketball at the end of the season and being really confident in who we are. And so we want to make sure that each of these 3 nights we go put our best foot forward and we don't let ourselves play below our standard. We've got to play up to our standard and continue to try and achieve growth night in and night out and continue to improve and play our best basketball this season.
As always, appreciate the time, and go Gazelles.
Awesome. Thank you. Go Gazelles.
You just heard head coach Blake Savvy of the Yankton Gazelles. Coming up, more Yankton basketball on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube.
There's a whole new world out there. It's called the off-road, and it's waiting to be explored in a Polaris. So gear up to make every moment count with the Polaris off-road vehicle. The new Polaris models are now available at Stockman's Motorsports in Yankton. No matter the weather, get ready to tackle all the trails. With machines like these, your world just gets bigger. Stop in at Stockman's Motorsports today to learn more about the epic new Polaris off-road lineup.
Imagine working for a successful global business with customers in 140 countries. That's Vishay Intertechnology, a Fortune 1000 maker of electronic componentry. Now imagine a company of that size with that kind of stability and a caring family-like environment. Learn more about what you can do at Vishay by visiting VishayCareers.com. Vishay is an equal opportunity employer. Vishay, the DNA of tech.
When you need top-notch appliances that last, trust the experts at Murph's Appliance. From washers and dryers to refrigerators, they have all the trusted brands to keep your home running smoothly. At Murph's, you'll find Maytag appliances built for durability and service you can count on. Whether it's a new oven or a repair, they're there for you every step of the way. Stop on down to Murph's Appliance, your local Maytag dealer in Vermilion. Maytag and Murph's, reliable just like you.
This is your invitation to thrive in Yankton, South Dakota. Nestled on the bluffs of the Missouri River, plenty of outdoor adventures are waiting. Whether you work remote or in a traditional office, we have a spot for you. Quality healthcare, diverse manufacturing, progressive school system, Mount Marty University, and so much more. Explore with family and friends. Let's thrive together.
And back to the floor after you heard from both head coaches ahead of this matchup on our Anytime Fitness of Yankton pregame show. As on the court right now is the celebrations for senior night, as there were 3 cheerleaders for Brookings who were honored here on the floor tonight. And then there's 3 Brookings Bobcats basketball players, or excuse me, 4 being Sloan McLagan, Macy Even, Zoe Miller, and Clara Delbridge. As you heard from Coach McLagan earlier, 2 of their starters and seniors out with injury here for tonight and for early in season, and really just kind of derailed their year, unfortunately. And credit to the girls that have stepped in and have played that maybe weren't expecting to get so many varsity minutes, but a lot of great experience, and feel like we saw the same with Yankton last season as well. The seniors for the Gazelles, we've shouted them out before, we'll do again. That's Kelson Wells, Addison Muth, Nora Kraske, and Sabrina Kraske. So 4 Yankton Gazelles who have a few more regular season games coming up here before we wrap out the season. Again, your numbers this season. Yankton scoring 44.5 points per game for the Gazelles. Brookings, 37.8 on defense. Yankton allowing 53.8 points per game to Brookings, 53. The Gazelles last were in action against the T-Area Titans in a big victory. The final score, 59-46. Kelson Wells had 3 rebounds, 1 assist, and 1 steal in that one. Jocelyn Elwood, 4 rebounds, 5 assists, which led her team. Eden Wolfgram with 19 points, 6 rebounds, 2 assists, and a steal. Nora Kraske had 7 points in that one, 3 rebounds, and 2 assists. Berkeley Olson got in the stat book with 1 assist. And a huge night it was for Jordan Kudera, and a huge part of the reason why Yankton was able to come away with the victory. Jordan Kudera had 20 points, 10 rebounds, 3 assists, and 3 steals. So a double-double with 20 points for the freshman guard of Yankton. September Rao had a nice game as well with 13 points, 8 rebounds, which trailed only Jordan Kudera in the game, 2 assists, and a couple of steals as well. Also on the floor, we saw Addison Muth and Sabrina Kraske. The Gazelles combined for 59 points in that one, 35 rebounds, which is well above their season average. They average about 19 rebounds per game. It was almost double, so 35 rebounds per game, or rebounds in that game for Yankton, 15 assists, and 7 steals. Shooting the basketball for Yankton, it was a great improvement from their last game, where in this one they shot 42% from the floor, 33% from the three-point line, and 64% at the free throw line. But a big part of that victory also was the free throws for Yankton, as the Gazelles got to the line frequently and as much as they could. 16 of 25 they went at the line. If you can go to the free throw line 25 times in a game, you are doing something right, attacking the basket and just playing aggressive, and that is really exactly what Yankton did in that one. Time to look at our media polls, as on the South Dakota Media Prep poll in girls AA. Brennan Valley sits at number 1, still undefeated on the year. They've been 1 pretty much since the beginning of the year. Bishop O'Gorman remains in 2nd. Sioux Falls, Washington in 3rd still. Rapid City Stevens remains in 4th, and Aberdeen Central, no change, in 5th. Also receiving votes on the South Dakota Media Prep poll for girls AA, Sioux Falls Jefferson with 2 and Mitchell with 1. To the South Dakota Power 5 poll in girls AA, Brandon Valley in 1st, Sioux Falls O'Gorman in 2nd, Sioux Falls Washington in 3rd, Rapid City Stevens in 4th, and Aberdeen Central in 5th, with Mitchell receiving 1 vote. So really no difference between the South Dakota Media Prep poll and the Power 5 poll and girls AA, as senior night also included the Brookings Bobcat boys on the floor. That include Jones Huntemer, Jace Bauer, Gavin Anderson, Gavin Smith, Drew Johnson, and Bergen Tetzloff, who we probably are going to hear his name called a lot here tonight on the floor, but of course more on that when we get in between games, as a doubleheader here tonight in Brookings. The Yankton Gazelles and the Bobcats on the floor first, with the Bucks and Bobcats to follow. A couple of great games on the way. Appreciate you tuning in here tonight. I'm Zach Spear, alongside Nathan Delaney, helping out with the camera and stream here tonight. Yankton Athletics, all presented by First Dakota National Bank of Yankton, and we are live on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube. If you're a fan of all things Yankton Athletics, consider subscribing to Yankton streaming on YouTube so you are notified every time that we go live with a variety of Yankton athletics, including, of course, Bucks football, Bucks and Gazelles basketball, Gazelles softball, and we pick up a few of the baseball games as well in the spring. The court has cleared and the senior night activities have officially wrapped up. The sound of the buzzer signals the start of the 15-minute warm-ups, and now we can officially start the countdown to tip-off. It's the Yankton Gazelles and the Brookings Bobcats coming up here. 15 to 20-ish minutes away from tip-off, as the Gazelles looking for back-to-back wins and looking for more improvement in the standings, where they sit at 13th, trailing Rapid City Central. Again, that was a huge game where the Cobblers pulled off the win over Yankton. So the Gazelles with some extra work to do to try and get up. The further up in the standings you can get, the better. We'll step aside when we return back to our Anytime Fitness of Yankton pregame show. We'll take a look at the standings in boys and girls AA and what to expect, what is coming up here. And again, a recap of what we will be covering at 5 Star Communications, as we do have some playoff basketball coming up. We'll be back in a moment here on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube.
I knew I should have had those brakes checked at Graham Tire. It's all about safety. Tire mounting, balancing, wheel alignment, and shocks and struts and batteries, oil changes, and lube service. Graham Tire does these every day. And there's over an acre of tires. Graham Tire has them all, big and small. Tires for cars, trucks, campers, trailers, big rigs, and tracks. Honesty and integrity is a matter of pride since 1951. Graham Tire, Yankton.
Midwest Insurance Agency values family. Our agency has been family-run for over 60 years. We pride ourselves on excellent, knowledgeable customer service. This day and age, everyone is so eager to have an immediate response with a quote. But at Midwest Insurance, we take our time and evaluate your assets and make sure you are properly insured. We take those what-ifs very seriously. As we continue on our family business with hopes of our children, Brooke or Jet, taking over in the future, we will continue to be there for you always. Come be a part of our family. Midwest Insurance Agency, 3016 Piper Street, Yankton.
Welcome to JR's Oasis, your one-stop food and gas shop. Proud to serve Phillips 66 regular, premium, and diesel fuel. After fueling, go inside for slushies and shakes, ice cream cones, and now offering a full line of healthy, chilled items and snacks. JR's hot menu is great for breakfast, lunch, and supper, featuring the famous Hammer Breakfast Sandwich and fresh hand-patty burgers. Try the new Cafe Tango frozen coffees for that extra boost of deliciousness. JR's Oasis, East Highway 50, Yankton.
If you want somebody to come into your home and fix everything right the first time, look professional, act professional, treat you with respect, you gotta call Kaylin's. When they come in, I feel that they want to be there. I feel that they want to help me.
You know, they put on the little booties over their shoes. They had canvas from the garage door all the way down to walk on. They left the furnace room in the basement probably cleaner than it was when they came in.
They just do customer service very well. I would recommend Kaylin's to anyone.
From simple sniffles to complex health conditions, the primary care providers at Yankton Medical Clinic will not only see you for your annual visits, screenings, and preventative care, but also provides care for the entire family, from pediatrics to adults. With 4 clinic locations and 15 outreach locations throughout South Dakota and Nebraska, compassionate, quality medical care is closer than you think. For more information on providers, services, and locations, visit our website, yanktonmedicalclinic.com.
If you're into hunting, fishing, towing, or just want to blaze the trail, All Seasons has ATVs, UTVs, dirt bikes, and scooters from quality brands like Honda, Yamaha, and CF Moto. Needing watercraft? All Seasons has a large selection of quality boats and wave runners, and we take pride in service after the sale. We have friendly certified technicians that will winterize, summarize, diagnose, and repair your power sports equipment. In business for over 20 years for good reasons. We're All Seasons, Power Sports and Marine in Yankton.
And back on the floor where the Yankton Gazelles and the Brookings Bobcats both on the floor warming up. Bobcats on the left side of the floor where we are at. Yankton at the right side. For Yankton, 6 wins on the season, looking to make it number 7. Bobcats with 2 wins on the year. And again, a season that was maybe kind of derailed a little bit by injuries for the Bobcats as they lost 2 players to injury early on in the year, and those were seniors who started. So, you know, as coach of the Bobcats, McLagan kind of talked about, you know, it's tough. It is hard to go in and lose 2 of your arguably best players, but his girls have come out and fought hard and give it their all on the floor. The thing they really pride themselves on, defense. And that's pretty much exactly what Coach Savvy would tell you on the other side for his squad. Everything starts at the defensive side. If you can get your team to hold your opponent to 40 points or less, you're going to give yourself a good chance to win. And so far for the Gazelles, that's kind of been a point of emphasis. When their defense plays well, they are playing well as a team. Let's take a look now at the standings in girls AA, where the Yankton Gazelles currently sit as the 13th seed. And for Brookings, the 19th seed, looking to bump up to that 16th seed where Sturgis Brown currently is in. Just looking at it, Brookings about 1.1 seed points below that 16 seed. It's not impossible, but that probably starts here for them tonight should they try and get into the SODAC 16. And that's always kind of a goal for teams, is reach the SODAC 16, then it's win, and you are in. So for the Bobcats, about 1.1 seed points out of the 16 seed. Of course, that 16 seed looks, you're probably more likely than not, and it's almost guaranteed at this point, you're playing one of 2, Brandon Valley or O'Gorman, who have a combined 1 loss on the season. That was O'Gorman losing to Brandon Valley first game of the season. But either way, it just gives your team a chance, and would be an accomplishment for a Bobcats team that has really been through a lot this season. For Yankton, currently at the 13th seed, and that's really where we've seen them as of late for the last few games. Whether win or lose, it kind of feels like they always somehow find themselves into that 13 seed. If the season ended tonight before these games when it happened, Yankton will be taking on Aberdeen Central in Aberdeen Central. Of course, we will follow them wherever they play, but it's looking like for the Gazelles, that matchup is probably going to be one of Aberdeen Central or Rapid City Stevens, unless they can possibly sneak up a couple spots. Right now, Yankton the 13th seed. To get into the 12th seed, they currently trail by 0.6 seed points. It's not undoable, but they're going to have to close out their season with a couple of wins. On the flip side, if they want to get all the way up to 11, which would have them taking on the 6th ranked team in AA, that would be Sioux Falls Jefferson as of now. They currently trail by just shy of a full seed point. Again, they're going to have to win, and they've got some winnable games, though, as tonight against Brookings is 2-15. Their next game is this Friday at Spearfish. Now, Spearfish is 10-8, a good team. So if you can pull off that win, if you're Yankton, that is going to benefit you greatly and give you a good chunk of seed points to try and move up. Then they close out the season at Douglas in Box Elder. We're at Douglas 4-13 on the season. So again, a winnable game, but you can't just overlook the teams. It's why they play the games on the floor. But the Gazelles certainly could be moving up here if they play up to their standards. Then a look at the boys AA standings. The Bucks find themselves in the 13th seed and Brookings 19. So boys and girls on each side, both in the 13 and 19 seeds respectively. For Brookings right now, the 16th seed is Sturgis Brown. They're a good 1.5 behind. You wonder if that's maybe just a little bit too much to try and get into it. But of course, when every team plays, it changes all the seed points you got from this game and that game. So of course, they're going to just play it as we believe we've got a chance, so we're going to fight hard and try to get into that. for Yankton at the 13 seed. Right now, kind of in not maybe the best situation, as the 12 seed is a good nearly 1.5 seed points ahead of the Bucks. But right behind them is Pierre TF Riggs in the 14 seed, and they only trail them by 0.17 seed points. It feels like Yankton probably not going to drop down to the 15 seed, but getting up to that 12 seed could be tricky. So 13, 14 seed looks very much in the realm of possibility for the Yankton Bucks. That would have them taking on the number 4 ranked Harrisburg Tigers should they stay in the 13th spot. And if they slip to the number 14 spot, they would then take on the Watertown Arrows. Both the Bucks and Gazelles probably looking like they will be traveling for their Sodak 16 game. But again, we'll be happy to cover it here on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube. Coming up for both Yankton and the Bucks and the Gazelles, they've got 2 games after this wraps up tonight. They start this Friday at Spearfish and then at Douglas on Saturday. Those games will both be on Fox Sports Radio 1015 AM 1570, as well as Yankton streaming on YouTube, because we do have USD basketball conflicting there. But for that first game on Friday at Spearfish, Gazelles take to the floor. It'll be 6 o'clock our time, 5 o'clock Mountain Time. And for Douglas, that game will be that Saturday, 1 o'clock our time, noon Mountain Time. Again, both games will be on Fox Sports Radio and Yankton streaming on YouTube. Winnable games for the Gazelles and also winnable games for the Bucks, who have really picked up a lot of momentum as of lately. They have won 3 of their last 4. Tonight they take Brookings on, who's 1-16. Spearfish then on Friday, a tough one, who's 14-4. And a Douglas team who was 4-13. So seed points are out there for the Bucks and Gazelles to try and move up. We just have to wait to see how the season pans out, as we are in the final week of the regular season. Only a few minutes remaining here for the warm-ups. After those, we'll have our national anthem, starting lineups, and of course tip-off here in Brookings. It's all on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube.
If you're into hunting, fishing, towing, or just want to blaze the trail, All Seasons has ATVs, UTVs, dirt bikes, and scooters from quality brands like Honda, Yamaha, and CF Moto. Needing watercraft? All Seasons has a large selection of quality boats and wave runners, and we take pride in service after the sale. We have friendly certified technicians that will winterize, summarize, diagnose, and repair your power sports equipment. In business for over 20 years for good reasons. We're All Seasons, Power Sports and Marine in Yankton.
Do you like to read? I love to read. So does Rabin Books, your unique bookstore in Yankton, where you'll find thousands of books from brand new to gently used oldies but goodies, all at unbeatable prices. Trade in your old favorites for credit and be able to explore something new. Whether you're a casual reader or a bookworm, Rabin Books is your next chapter, located at 804 Bill Baggs Road. Rabin Books, where every book finds a home.
Weather around here gets pretty crazy. Are you sure the weather hasn't caused damage to your roof? Let Justice at H&H Roofing in Yankton take any roof damage worries away. He'll come and inspect your roof. Even if you've had an inspection, get a second opinion or re-inspection for your peace of mind. H&H Roofing has built their reputation on working to satisfy homeowners for years. Family owned and operated. H&H Roofing is bonded and insured. Contact Justice today.
Dive into the delicious all-you-can-eat Asian buffet, featuring mouth-watering Asian cuisine like broccoli beef, General Chicken, sesame chicken, so much more. Or choose from a fresh selection of meats, noodles, rice, vegetables, Asian-inspired sauces, and watch them sizzle on the Mongolian grill. Plus tantalizing desserts, including ice cream. Get your fill at King Buffet and Mongolian Grill, North Broadway, Yankton.
Do you realize what your Yankton Hy-Vee has to offer? Aisles online, delivery, catering, fresh floral and bakery departments, pharmacy with drive-up, and online prescription refills, Hy-Vee Health Market, dietitian service, fresh seafood department, U.S. Postal substation, take and bake for breakfast, and family meal deals. Yes, all that and more is at your Yankton Hy-Vee, located on the corner of 21st Street and Broadway Avenue in Yankton.
Larson Carpet has all your flooring needs. Step into their showroom to see a wide selection of all types of flooring. They have soft and luxurious carpet that's sure to bring comfort to your home. Stylized tile to make any room pop. Different color options of hardwood to make matching easy. And convenient vinyl plank for when spills happen. Of course, with the best customer service in the area. Their knowledgeable staff will make sure to answer any questions you might have. Larson Carpet, 212 Walnut. Back to the floor. Warm-ups have officially ended, as it is the Brookings fight song being played by their pep band. The crowd is to their feet as we are nearing tip-off here in Brookings, South Dakota, as the Gazelles taking on the Bobcats. We'll have your national anthem here on the floor, then your starting lineups, and officially game time in a game that was set to tip off at 6. Probably looking a little closer to 6:25 here on the night, as Brookings hosting Yankton in a doubleheader. Senior night here for Brookings. They have a little extra energy, maybe compared to their regular game, and expect them to be fighting hard to try and get into the top 16. On the floor, Brookings wearing their home white jersey and shorts trimmed out in black and red. Yankton in black jersey and shorts. They are trimmed out in white and red. As here on the floor, a video board being played. A few Bobcats reciting the sportsmanship thing for South Dakota. When that wraps up, we'll have our national anthem. Don't want to get too much into something halfway through it and then have the national anthem, as we always make sure to keep it here, as it is now time for your national anthem on the floor, performed by the Brookings High School Pep Band.
As a reminder, proper respect for the flag is to remove your hats, stand at attention, and place your right hand over your heart. Active and retired military personnel may salute and show proper respect to the flag. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem.
Again, that was the national anthem being performed here on the floor by the Brookings High School Pep Band. It's time for your starting lineups, brought to you by Larry's Heating and Cooling of Yankton and Vermilion. For all your heating and cooling needs, it's Larry's Heating and Cooling, Yankton and Vermilion. Opening with the Brookings Bobcats, coached by Coach Mitch McLagan, 2-15 on the year. Senior guard at 5'4", it's number 4, Sloan McLagan. Sophomore guard at 5'10", number 10, it's Taylor Connett. Sophomore forward at 5'10", number 20, her twin sister, Tessa Connett. Sophomore forward at 5'10", number 22, Julia Burns. And to round off the Bobcats starting lineup, freshman guard at 5'7", number 40, it's Harper Hook. It's now time to meet your Yankton Gazelles starting lineup, presented by Larry's Heating and Cooling of Yankton and Vermilion.
Jocelyn Elwood, number 5, guard.
Eden Wolfgram, number 10, guard.
Nora Krasky, number 11, guard. Jordan Kudera, number 13, guard.
September Rao, 21, guard.
And back on the floor as they finish their starting lineups. The Yankton Gazelles have already been announced in their black jersey and shorts trimmed out in white and red. On the flip side for the Bobcats, who share very similar colors, white jersey and shorts trimmed out in black and red. The Yankton Gazelles coming into this 6-11, the Bobcats 2-15. And for the Yankton fans, who to watch out for the Bobcats, Coach McClagan told me, well, Sloan McClagan, who is a senior who's been in their system for some years now, and usually if your father's the head coach of a basketball team, you have grown up around basketball your entire life, and it's just second nature. And then the Connett twins, whose father actually played in the NFL, so just kind of naturally gifted. He did say there may be more of a raw talent that needs to be a little bit dialed in, but they sometimes just make plays that you can't say anything besides wow. So Sloan McClagan, Taylor Connett, and Tessa Connett are kind of the players to watch for the Bobcats. Then for Yankton, you've got your obvious three-headed monster between Eden Wolfgram, Jordan Kudera, and September Rao, each of them impacting every single game that they play in. Eden Wolfgram leads the team in scoring with 14 per game. Jordan Kudera on second, who's now up to 9 points per game, has just gotten better each game. And September Rao with 6.5 points per game. But a couple of players who have really improved here as the season goes on. Jocelyn Elwood is a player I'd like to point out. The numbers might not always show it, with 2 points per game, 1.5 rebounds, 1.3 assists per game, and a steal per game. She has really picked up the pace, as we kind of talked about. 5 rebounds last game and 4 assists. She didn't score last game, but if you're going to give out 4 dimes, you're clearly impacting the offense in a positive way. And I think she can be the X factor for this Yankton Gazelles team here on the floor. Gazelles are ready to roll. Bobcats still huddled up on a senior night here in Brookings. September Rao is in the center circle for Yankton, and we'll see who she is now met by. She will jump against number 20, Tessa Connett. As we load up the Fox Stop of Yankton scoreboard, as you watch it on Yankton streaming on YouTube, it is officially game time. Whistle has blown, 8 minutes on the clock. Tip is controlled by September Rao, and they are going to let Yankton win it and then allow a jump ball in honor of the injured seniors who are not going to be able to play tonight, but kind of a nice gesture to allow them to get on the floor one last time. So kudos to Coach Savvy and the Gazelles squad for allowing the Bobcats to do that. As now Harper Hook has actually come in for Clara Delbridge, and it was a jump ball, which will give it now up to, should be technically the Bobcats. We'll see if they just give it to Yankton or how this works. It's not often you see something like that, but a nice gesture. And now heading to the bench is Macy Even, and in her place is going to be Taylor Connett. So the starters were slightly different than what we were expecting, but now it's the original starting five we were expecting. And Yankton will have the basketball as, again, just a nice gesture here on senior night. And now it's officially game time. At 6:29, it's time for Gazelles basketball. As September Rao inbounding it, gets it into Eden Wolfgram, and the Gazelles with their first offensive set here of the night. They move it left to right. Jordan Kudera has it. She works against Sloan McLagan. Now into the corner, they move it. Kraske takes a few dribbles, nearing the elbow, fight for the basketball. It ends up with Wolfgram. 17 to shoot yet for Yankton off of Jocelyn Elwood's hands, nearly out of bounds, but she's able to retain it. Rao with it. Yankton running out of time. Kraske fires a three here, bounces off the glass into the hands of Taylor Connett. So no score for Yankton there in their first offensive set. And Brookings with an opportunity to score the first points of this one. McLagan dishes it out, Harper Hook. Hook takes a screen, has it up top. Drives it into the lane, and now gives it up. Sloan McLagan to the elbow, brings it into the lane where she gets stopped. Out to Zoe Miller it goes. Now driving, Harper Hook. Kicks it out, three here for Taylor Connett, misses it strong. Wolfgram rallies it in. Up ahead, Gazelles move quickly. Cooter off the glass, can't finish the layup. We remain scoreless, but a bad pass out of bounds gives it right back to Yankton on the turnover. 6:44 to go in our first quarter, and we do not have a score yet. Yankton back to work on offense as Wolfgram brings it up to the top, brings it in, kicks it out. Rao downtown, nothing but net. September Rao gets the scoring started, and it's 3-0 Yankton. Rao now strips the basketball away, finds Wolfgram down low, pump fakes, goes around, her shot denied. Kraske the rebound. Rao tries driving it baseline, she's fouled, and it's the first of the night. Great recovery defense there by Brookings as Wolfgram could have had an easy two. Off the inbound, gets in, Jordan Kudera knocks down a triple. Jocelyn Elwood will get the assist as she was doing the inbounding. It's 6-0, Yankton leads with 6:04 to play in the first quarter. Yankton playing aggressive on defense to start. Bobcats with it, Sloan McLagan hits the brakes after finding some speed at the free throw line, sets up a jumper, too much on it. Jocelyn Elwood, her first rebound, gives it up. Wolfgram on the near side beyond the perimeter. Some miscommunication between her and Elwood, and it turns it over back to the Bobcats. Brookings still looking for their first score here of the night. Sloan McLagan tries getting it in. Jocelyn Elwood takes it the other direction on the steal. Up ahead to Wolfgram, just put too much on the pass, and it is back-to-back turnovers for this Yankton offense. Checking in for Brookings is Julia Burns, and to the bench, Zoe Miller. Bobcats with the basketball. Yankton with a full court press. They get it in to Sloan McLagan. McLagan works against Kudera, who got a hand on it, and it goes out of bounds. Couldn't quite take it. Couldn't quite get that clean steal, and would have been an easy two for her. Off her hands it goes out of bounds, and another inbound here for the Bobcats. 7 off of their shot clock, and a foul before the ball inbounded, and it's on Rao. September Rao picks up her first personal, team's first as well. That will reset the shot clock now for Brookings. They get the inbound into Taylor Connett, and Yankton will retreat to defense. Hook brings it down low. Now up top, the Bobcats move it. Hook with it, drives it into the lane, off the glass, couldn't quite get it, but an offensive rebound. Sloan McLagan sidesteps it, her three-point attempt off the back iron, it goes. Another offensive rebound, and the scoring gets started with Tessa Connett of the Bobcats. 6-2 your score. Yankton leads, 4:43 to go in the first quarter. Elwood finds Kudera beyond the perimeter, drives it, dishes it out, and open Elwood at the elbow, gets it to go. All of Yankton's buckets have been assisted on. 8-2 they lead. McClagan finds herself in a double with the full court pressure, gets it across the court. Breaking that full court pressure, Sloan McClagan sets up the triple, left it short, offensive board. Burns back to McClagan. Wolfgram got a hand on it, but it stays with Brookings. 13 to shoot, down low they move it, and a foul on Nora Kraske. Nora Kraske picks up her first personal, team second. Kelson Wells has checked into the game in place of Eden Wolfgram. As Coach Savvy wanting to discuss some stuff with Wolfgram as we near the halfway point of the first quarter. Inbound gets in Sloan McClagan to Connett. That's Taylor Connett. She gives it out, Burns. Burns brings it up top. Her pass is tipped into the hand. September Rao takes it away. Another steal for this Yankton defense. Rao brings it all the way down the floor, picks up her dribble, gives it up to Wells. Now Kraske into the middle. She finds a cutter in Wells. Wells takes a dribble, puts it up. Her shot denied. Tessa Connett the rejection and a takeaway again for Yankton's defense. Kudera has it, gives it up. Rao wants another three. Yes! September Rao, her second triple of the night, and it remains at all of Yankton's points coming off of assists as we have our first timeout of the floor called by the Bobcats and Coach McClagan. It's a Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton Water Break. Locally owned for 4 generations, call them for water softening and purification. Salt, reverse osmosis needs, and bottled water. That's Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton. We'll take a break. 30 seconds, we'll be back. It's 11-2, Yankton leads.
Looking to buy a home or maybe sell? Trust the name that puts you first. America's Best Realty. From your first showing to the final signature, their expert agents guide you every step of the way. Fast closings, top market value, and real service you can count on. Your dream home, they will find it. Selling fast, they will make it happen. Call America's Best Realty at 605-260-1600. America's Best Realty, because you deserve the best.
That was the first called timeout for either side, and it was from Brookings. Coach McClagan with 4 timeouts remaining in this one. 3:27 to go in the first quarter. Yankton up 11-2, nearing in on a double-digit lead here early in the game. A lot of time to go, though. They'll keep up the pressure defensively in the full court. Bobcats now with it. They break across. They trail 9, looking for some points here. Taylor Connett with it, gives it up to Sloan McClagan. Yankton's defense has been aggressive and done a nice job so far. Harper Hook brings it up to the top, dumps it off Taylor Connett. Connett against Wells, takes the contact, is unbothered. Now Hook with it, steps it out beyond the perimeter. 6 to shoot here for Brookings on offense. Julia Burns into the corner. Gives it up. Now Taylor Connett, as the shot clock sounded, a shot clock violation. Yankton's defense, what an effort so far in the game tonight. Nora Kraske and Elwood currently check out of this one. Back in are Jordan Kudera and September Rao. Brenna Elwood is now checked in. They bounce it up to Brenna. Brenna to the elbow, picks up her dribble. Gets helped out by Wolfgram beyond the perimeter. Brings it to the far side. She lofts it up top. Another three-point attempt. Rattles around, no good. Offensive rebound for Rao. She couldn't get the bucket. Had a great look. Whistles blow. And another foul for September Rao, who's now got her second of the night. No doubt she will take to the bench with Nora Kraske checking in her place. Bobcats get a stop on defense. Now they work it down the floor. Yankton's defense really kind of just gives that full court pressure, and once it's inbounded, sags off and back into the half court. Jordan Kudera got a hand on it, and a clean steal for her this time. She'll bring it the other direction, gets stopped and fouled. That's her first steal of the night. Yankton's already fourth, though. Taylor Conant gets a foul, her first of the night. Team second, 5 total in the game. Brenna Elwood inbounds it, gives it to Wolfgram with some spacing downtown off the front iron. No. Kudera rebound and fouled on her attempt. Jordan Kudera heads to the free throw line. It's the first attempts at the stripe for Yankton. And Taylor Conant picks up her second personal. Kudera, that one was halfway down, pops out. No good. Caitlin Harris will check in place of Taylor Conant. Harris, a sophomore guard for the Bobcats, listed at 5'6". Kudera's next one rims around and out. So 0 for 2 on that line. It remains an 11-2 score. Yankton leading with under 2 minutes to play in the first. Harris gives it up, Sloan McClagan. They move it around and right back to McClagan. Takes a screen now, is switched on to Nora Kraske. Julia Burns gives it up, down low. Ball is batted around. Nora Kraske takes it away. Yankton moves it quickly down the floor. Wells drives it baseline, dishes it out. Brenna Elwood, some space, corner 3 off the front of the rim. It goes, gets her own rebound. It's taken the other way now. Sloan McClagan loses it, picks it back up, moves it down low. Harris, and that one falls for 2. 11-4 your score. Brookings get their second field goal of the night. Wolfgram works against the defense, finds an open Elwood. Pump fakes, drives it baseline and answers. 13-4 as we hit the 1 minute mark in the first quarter. Yankton leads over the Bobcats. Driving with it, McClagan finds an open Tessa Conant, who's fouled on her attempt, and she'll head to the free throw line for the Bobcats' first attempts from the line at the night. Didn't see who the foul is on yet. Savvy's arguing the call. As Kelson Wells got the foul. Her first personal, team's fourth. Any more will be free throws automatically for the Bobcats. Second one off the back iron, no good. Kraske gets her team high 2 rebounds. Wolfgram up ahead to Kudera. Kudera drives it to the rim, and now she's headed right back to the free throw line. There was no free throws in about the first 6 minutes, and now we're going to have our 5th and 6th attempts of the night. Teams are a combined 1 of 4. Foul is now on Tessa Conant, her second personal, her team's 4th. Both teams nearing the bonus as the third one does drop for Kudera, who's up to 4 points. Trails only September Rao in the game, who's currently at 7 points. She's now up to 5. Yankton leads by double digits. It's 15-5. 35 seconds to go in the first quarter. It's a 5-second difference between shot and game clock. Sloan McClagan struggling, and it is a 10-second violation. Yankton forces a turnover, and will have a chance for the final shot of the first quarter of action with their 10-point lead. Kelson to inbound it, gets it to Wolfgram, and we are in our final 27 seconds of the first quarter. Eden Wolfgram to the far side, Wells. Wells gives it up to Wolfgram. She works against McClagan. She has McClagan all over her, a few steps beyond the arc. Now Nora Kraske kicks it out. Wolfgram, she wants to drive with it. Ball was stripped free, goes out of bounds. McClagan, a nice defensive effort there. Now 6.3 seconds to play in the first quarter. Yankton retains possession. Elwood inbounds it, gets it to Wolfgram. 5 to shoot, needs to get something going at the free throw line, kicks it out. Elwood is unable to get the shot attempt up, and that will be our first 8 minutes underway. 15-5, Yankton leads after our first quarter ends on our Fox Stop of Yankton scoreboard. We'll be back in a moment here on Classic Hits 106.3 in Yankton, streaming on YouTube.
Looking for a photo that actually looks like you, but better? At Meridian Photo, we specialize in capturing personality, not just poses. Whether it's headshots, high school seniors, family sessions, or team and individual sports photos, we'll make you look like a legend. We've just landed in the Meridian district of Yankton. Book your session today at meridian-photo.com or give us a call at 605-655-4598. Meridian Photo. Be you. You deserve it.
Kaiser Heating and Cooling is your hometown team specializing in all things heating and cooling, as well as heat and glow gas, wood, and electric fireplaces, humidifiers and dehumidifiers, and all styles of ductless mini-split systems. Whether you are building or remodeling, our team of innovative experts will get you the correct equipment and indoor air quality accessories you need for your home or business. Remember, Kaiser Heating and Cooling is your hometown team for all things heating and cooling for the past 77 years. Go Bucks and Gazelles.
Back to the floor. We've got 8 minutes in, 8 minutes to go in our first half. Yankton leads 15-5. Bobcats will start with the basketball into the second quarter. They move it right to left as you watch it on Yankton, streaming on YouTube. Hook gets a good look from the mid-range, ends up into the hands of Wells. Yankton takes over on offense. Wolfgram sets up her team's offense at the Brookings logo. Drives with it. Will hand it off to Brenna Elwood, who brings it up to the top. Cross court on the far side. Kraske back to Wolfgram. Down low. Elwood. Her shot denied. Julia Burns swatted it and pulled in the rebound. Gets her team a defensive stop. Sloan McLagan working with it. Lost the basketball. It was going out of bounds. Into the hands it goes of Eden Wolfgram, and off to the races for Wolfgram. Wolfgram drives with it, put too much on it. Offensive board, Nora Kraske. Kraske finds Elwood, jumper at the free throw line. Bounces around a few times, no good. Ball batted. Offensive rebound number 2 on this set here for Yankton. Try number 3 underway. Has a fresh shot clock down to 24 now for the Gazelles. Plenty of time to set up their offense. Wolfgram has it on the far side, works against Harper Hook, sets up the triple and knocks it in for 3. Eden Wolfgram, her first score of the night, puts her team up 13. Bobcats with it. Julia Burns drives with it, and before the attempt, a foul on Yankton. Kelson Wells, her second personal. So a couple of Gazelles with 2 fouls in Kelson Wells and September Rao already. As Jordan Kudera checks back in for Yankton. Burns gets in the inbound here to Harper Hook. It was nearly too much on it. 30 seconds yet to shoot, so plenty of time for this Bobcats offense. Ella Miller with it, gives it up. Hook, running jumper, off the back iron it goes. Kudera, the rebound. Jordan will also bring the ball down the floor here for her team. A chance for Yankton to extend their 13-point lead. Wolfgram a crossover, gets in off the glass, can't finish the shot, but gets her own rebound out to Kudera. No good on that attempt. Yankton has done a great job on the offensive glass here tonight. With it, Caitlin Harris works against Wolfgram. Wolfgram, well, that's a soccer player. Just kicks it. That might be one of the most blatant, obvious kicks you'll see here on the floor tonight, and a very obvious Brookings basketball. Sloan McLagan checks back in for Harper Hook for the Bobcats. No change for Coach Savvy and his squad. He's got 2 players with 2 fouls. You got to kind of play it safe with those 2. You don't want either of them getting 3 in the first half. Down low, the Bobcats offense moves it. Burns dishes it out. An open Sloan McLagan for 3. Back iron it goes. She's trying to find her rhythm here tonight. Yankton with 5.5 to play in our first half, leading 18-5 on offense. That pass tipped, goes right back to Wolfgram. And are they going to say she touched out of bounds? They will, and a turnover for Yankton's offense. The scoring has been a little slow here in our second quarter of action. With 5:13 to go in the first half. Sloan McClagan with it. Wolfgram got a hand on it, forces a jump ball. And possession arrow favoring Brookings at the scorer's table. They must just have it reverse, as it will be Yankton basketball. So no need to flip that possession arrow. Well, they did. Makes it a little confusing. They've got it backwards. Wolfgram with it, hands it off to Jordan Kudera. Kudera fights against McClagan, and Sloan will pick up a foul. That is, I believe, her second of the night. Team's first of the second quarter. Kraske inbounds to Wolfgram, and Yankton back on offense. Under 5 minutes to go in our first half. Wolfgram has it in the far side corner, 3 up top to Kraske. Kraske a few dribbles and right back to Wolfgram. Wolfgram behind the back, a nice move, but then was stopped right inside the 3-point line. Kudera with it, 11 to shoot for Yankton, as Kudera is going to be hit with some contact. Onto the floor she goes, and more free throws for Jordan Kudera. She is 2 for 4 on the night. Opportunities 5 and 6 on the way, as the foul goes against Ella Miller, her first personal, team second. Kudera in this one with 5 points, trails Rao with 7. Now she's up to 6, and a chance to tie that 7 points of Rao. Speaking of Rao, she's just checked in. Nora Kraske to the bench. And on the flip side, Taylor Conant back in for the Bobcats. Kudera at the stripe. 6 points already, make it 7. 4 of her 7 coming from the line. Yankton with full court pressure yet again. Harper Hook tries to bring it down. It is a zone pressure from Yankton. Crossing that half-court line are the Bobcats, but Wolfgram getting the steal, brings it the other way. She's fouled, and her first trip now to the line. I've already got Yankton for 6 steals defensively in the first half. It's 20-5, Gazelles lead, 4:21 to play in our first half. Wolfgram at the free throw line. The foul does go against Taylor Conant, as Wolfgram swishes in her first attempt of the night. Jordan Kudera has checked out. Sabrina Kraske is in for Yankton. And another timeout on the floor. And another Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton water break. Brookings on the timeout. When we return in 30 seconds, it's 21-5. Yankton leads.
Your local KFC Taco Bell at 2504 Fox Run Parkway in Yankton offers 2 menus combined into one. Something for everyone at KFC Taco Bell. When your family's hungry and can't decide between crispy chicken and mashed potatoes or tacos, burritos, and protein bowls, well, you don't have to choose. Get the best of both worlds in one stop. Cool down with the legendary Baja Blast Freeze or heat things up with a variety of hot sauces. KFC Taco Bell Yankton. Why pick one when you can have both?
Back on the floor just in time for Eden Wolfgram's second free throw attempt of the night. She got a swish on her first of 2. Her team leads 21-5, and she currently sits at 4 points. She is the team leader with 14 points per game, misses the second half of the 2, and the Bobcats take over. They trail 16, 4:15 to go in the first half. McClagan gets it over to Caitlin Harris, and around the horn they move it. Back around it goes. Harris on the far side beyond the perimeter, gives it up McClagan. That pass too high, it's going to cross backcourt, and a turnover by this Bobcats offense. Yankton will take over on offense, and a chance to really take over this game, and it already feels like a very healthy lead, 21-5. But of course, you just would love to see them extend it as much as possible heading into the half. Wolfgram sends Rao the other direction, continues dribbling to the near side. Now up top, finds an open Elwood. Her triple off the right side of the rim it goes. Rao ends up with it in her hands, just forced to throw it in out of bounds, and it will be taken over by the Bobcats. Jordan Kudera checks in place of Eden Wolfgram, and Nora Kraske in for Jolson Elwood. Julia Burns gets it in. Sloan McLagan wants to move it quickly. Up ahead, a good look, and the layup good for Ella Miller. Her first score of the night. Ella Miller, a sophomore guard for the Bobcats. Yankton with it, and September Rao gives it to Jordan Kudera. Kudera drives with it on the far side, gives it up. It finds its way back to the hands of Rao. Way downtown, nothing but net. September Rao, her third triple of the night. She is hot to start this one. More pressure, full court from Yankton. Bobcats able to get through it. 24-7, Yankton leads under 3 minutes to play. Pass was tipped into the hands of Sloan McLagan. Another three-point attempt. Had a good look, but just couldn't get it to drop. Rao brings in the rebound, and off to the races for her. She brings it the other way. Ball was knocked out of bounds. And it won't be a foul. It'll just be a clean rejection. Inbound to Jordan Kudera. Can't get the three to fall. Ball hits the hardwood. Is it a jump ball? It is. And it will give the basketball to the Bobcats. Brookings with it on offense. Caitlin Harris gives it up to Sloan McLagan. Across now, pass is tipped, and Nora Kraske, one of the two sets of twins in this one, gets the steal. Jordan Kudera drives with it, no good, but gets her own rebound. Fight for the basketball, ripped away. Harper Hook. Up ahead, Bobcats move it as we cross the 2-minute mark here on the floor. Open look from three. Caitlin Harris, it goes off the front iron. Berkeley Olsen brings in the rebound as she is in for the first time of the night for Yankton. Rao sprints it down the floor. Stops at the perimeter. Thought about the three, decided against it. 95 seconds to go in our first half. Swings it out to Nora Kraske. Now right back to Rao. Wants another one, and that one left just a little short. Berkeley Olsen, the offensive rebound, and the turnover. Brookings moving on the other side. Count the foul. No, an offensive foul. Tessa Connett is going to pick up her third personal and the team's fourth in the second quarter. Both Taylor and Tessa Connett with 3 personal fouls in our first half. It's 24-7, Yankton leads. 78 seconds to go in the first half as Kelson Wells and Eden Wolfgram back in for Yankton. Wolfgram crosses the timeline. And we'll give it right to Kudera on the near the out-of-bounds line, I should say. A bounce in down low. Nora Kraske thought she had some room, gives it out to Wolfgram. Wolfgram finds an open Berkeley Olsen. Her jumper put too much on it. Brought in Caitlin Harris. Now taken away. Eden Wolfgram, the steal and the dime. In open Jordan Kudera down low. What a play by Eden Wolfgram. Her team leads 19 with 40 seconds to go in the second quarter. Into the lane, Brookings moves it. Connett swings it out. Julia Burns, the three-point attempt is off target. Wolfgram brings it in. Shot clock is off. Yankton in transition here. They'll dish it out. Nora Kraske. Kraske drives with it. Fouled on the attempt. Can't get the bucket to drop, but more free throws coming up for Yankton. Foul goes on Caitlin Harris, her first personal, and Yankton is now in the bonus for the remainder of the first half. Nora Kraske sent that one a little too hard on the first attempt. Score remains the same as Sabrina Kraske checks in for Kelson Wells. On the opposite side, Harper Hook in for Caitlin Harris. Kraske's second free throw attempt does fall, and she is on the scoreboard, putting her team up 20 in the first half. Bobcats move it quickly. They do break it, and a pull-up jumper. No good there. Out of the hands of Julia Burns. Wolf Graham will bring it the other direction, trying to move quickly for a final attempt here. Layup off of the attempt. Fouled again. Wolf Graham hit the hardwood and will be helped up by her team. Harper Hook picks up her first personal. The team now up to 6-4 Brookings. Wolf Graham knocks in the first attempt. She's up to 5 on the night. Chance for 6 as that one no good. Rebound, Julia Burns nearly lost the basketball, gives it up to McClagan, and that will wrap up our first half of action as we will enter our Vichet Yankton halftime show and then our halftime Beyond the Game, which is brought to you by Caitlin's Indoor Comfort, Heating, and Air Conditioning. It's 28-7. Yankton leads big time here early in this one. We'll step aside when we return. The Vichet Yankton halftime show, halftime stats, and what's going around. If we have any score updates and what else is going on. It's all here on Classic Hits 106.3 in Yankton, streaming on YouTube.
What does FloorTech do? When disaster strikes, water damage, mold growth, or fire cleanup, call the team you can trust. FloorTech Cleaning and Restoration. They respond fast to protect your home or business and restore it the right way with honesty, integrity, and top-notch service. Their crews proudly serve southeast South Dakota and northeast Nebraska, including Yankton, Mitchell, Norfolk, and Sioux Falls. For 24/7 emergency service, call 800-507-1822. If your home or floor is wet, call FloorTech or visit them at floortechrestoration.com.
Hi, it's Linda at Linda's Angel Crossing in Yankton. I carry Tribal, Lulu Bee, Ethel, Southern Lady, and Old Ranch. I have other brands too. The nursery has everything you need for babies. Copper pearl bibs, magnetic sleepers, swaddlers, bag sleepers, and baptism, toddler clothing, boys and girls Under Armour to size 7, toys, little golden books, and other unique kids' toys. Linda's Angel Crossing, 1101 Broadway in Yankton.
Yankton Rexall in the Meridian District, Yankton, for all your gifts and decor needs. It's the only place in town to find both Hallmark ornaments and cards for any occasion. They also have Willow Tree and Precious Moments collectibles, the perfect anniversary and wedding gifts, nativity scenes, Watkins products, and single Abdallah chocolates. The Yankton Rexall Pharmacy for all your prescription needs. Yankton Rexall at the corner of 3rd and Douglas, downtown Yankton.
Hi, I'm Franny Kiefer with the Yankton School District Alumni Association. We strive to create a community of alumni and friends who support extracurricular and educational opportunities in the Yankton School District. Through scholarships, grants, innovative education opportunities, and staff appreciation. With us, you will keep connected to a community of Yankton School District alumni and friends all over. You can help continue to pay it forward and help future graduates. Register today at the Yankton School District Alumni Association website.
Pied Piper Flowers and Gifts on the corner of 15th and Broadway in Yankton. Your full-service flower and gift store. Beautiful fresh flower arrangements to artificial arrangements. Gifts, sympathy, foodie items to snarky gifts. Stop by and let the gals at Pied Piper give you the personal service you deserve. Brighten your day and head to Pied Piper Flowers and Gifts, where you'll find something new every time you go. Pied Piper Flowers and Gifts Yankton, they deliver.
Interior technicians.
Jerry, I need your help. I'm in a real pickle.
How can we help? We clean carpets, furnace and duct cleaning, mold remediation, fire restoration, water damage restoration, office cleaning, and much more.
No, Jerry, I'm in a real pickle. I'm stuck and I can't get out. Hang on, I'll send you a pic so you can see what I mean.
Oh my gosh. When you need it clean, call the Intech team, fixing pickles since 1984.
Now time for the Vishay Yankton Halftime Show. Vishay, define the world's future. Vishay electronic components bring to life the world's most important products. Products that touch lives everywhere, every day. Vishay, building the DNA of tech. Now, back to courtside for all the game trends, stats, and more.
And back on the floor for the Vishay Yankton Halftime Show. It is currently 28-7. Yankton leads over the Brookings Bobcats, and what a first half it was for Yankton, and really it's been everything Yankton in this one. The shots are falling, their defense is humming. I mean, 7 first half points to give up is a very impressive number for Yankton. I said if they could give up less than 40, they're probably going to like their odds, and right now pacing only a 14-point defensive performance. Your halftime stats for the Gazelles: Jocelyn Elwood with 2 points, 1 rebound, 2 assists, and a steal. Eden Wolfgram with 5 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, and 2 steals. Nora Kraske has 1 point, 3 rebounds, and 2 steals. Jordan Kudrow with 9 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, and a steal. And September Rao leads the scoring with 10 points, 1 rebound, and 2 steals. 3 triples already in the game tonight here for September Rao. Coming off the bench, Kelson Wells with 1 rebound. Berkeley Olson, 2 rebounds. Sabrina Kraske with an assist. And Brenna Elwood with 2 points and 2 rebounds. Again, your score, 28-7 on your Fox Stop of Yankton scoreboard. The Fox Stop at the corner of West City Limits Road and 30th Street, Yankton, a full-service convenience store with hot food, Godfather's Pizza, personal pizza, sandwiches, munchies, and beverages. Pay at the pump, gas and diesel fuel, firewood, and propane exchange. It is now time for your halftime Beyond the Game, brought to you by Kalen's Indoor Comfort Heating and Air Conditioning. When you want comfort, you want Kalen's. Of course, a lot of basketball going on for Yankton tonight on a Tuesday. Tomorrow, Wednesday, February 25th, High School Honor Band at Lennox High School, no time listed, as well as Region 1 Solo Ensemble Contest at Lennox High School. Again, no time has been listed. Into Thursday, boys and girls varsity state tournament for wrestling starts at the Denny Sanford Premier Center. And then middle school basketball. Into Friday, the end of the week, high school band with honor band at SDSU in Brookings, where we're at right now. The wrestling state tournaments continue, and then basketball. It will be a doubleheader for the Bucks and Gazelles against Spearfish at Spearfish. And it'll be 6 o'clock Mountain Time start for Yankton. So 7 o'clock Central Time. If you can't make it, it'll be on Fox Sports Radio 101.5 AM 1570 and Yankton streaming on YouTube. And into the weekend, high school band honor band, that is, at SDSU continues. Bucks and Gazelles then at Douglas in Box Elder. Again on Fox Sports Radio and Yankton streaming on YouTube. Nothing listed for Sunday. And on Monday, March 2nd, middle school boys basketball for 7th and 8th grade and Stewart Elementary vocal concert for 1st through 3rd grade at the Yankton High School SAC Main Theater from 7 to 8. This has been your halftime Beyond the Game, brought to you by Kalen's Indoor Comfort Heating and Air Conditioning. It is currently 28-7. The Gazelles lead at our half. We'll take another break during our Vishay Yankton halftime show, and when we return, the second half of action gets underway.
At Anytime Fitness Yankton, your fitness journey starts with one step, and Anytime Fitness will be with you every step of the way. Open 24 hours a day with top-of-the-line equipment and guidance you need to reach your goals. Plus, your membership gives you access to every Anytime Fitness gym anywhere. No matter your goals, no matter the time, you belong at Anytime Fitness Yankton. Located at 2509 Fox Run Parkway. Start today at Anytime Fitness, where your fitness journey never stops.
Lucky for us, life is full of choices, big and small, just as it should be. They define us, make us who we are. And when it comes time for you to choose, a car, home, your next big adventure, or start a new business. Farmers Union Insurance has the variety of choices to make sure you have the perfect coverage to protect each perfect moment. Farmers Union Insurance.
Welcome to Wall of Fame, where style meets customization, specializing in crafting custom clothing and print shirts. We ensure every stitch and every print is of the highest quality, so you get the best clothes every time. We're here for all your promotion needs, and the best part, our process is seamless. Simply share your designs with us and we'll handle the rest. Get custom clothes for the best price. Wall of Fame.
Triple Time Rudy's on the corner of 16th and Broadway, Yankton. Stop in and check out their wide variety of items. Grab some snacks, whether you want chips, popcorn, or something sweet, they have it. Ice cold beverages, or when you need that boost in the morning, coffee. You can also grab the best locally produced meats, meat sticks, and cheeses in the area, guaranteed fresh. For those hot days, grab a Freezy too. Get all your car needs and 5 cents off a gallon when using cash. All at Triple Time Rudy's, Yankton.
The Bonesetter Chiropractic, Yankton. I'm Dr. TJ Stotes. When you need chiropractic, we're here. We use a hands-on approach, decompression traction, electrical stimulation, acupuncture, and state-of-the-art examination techniques. We're happy to offer exercise and supplement advice as well. The Bonesetter Chiropractic, 215 Mulberry, Suite 9, Yankton. Call or text 605-401-5701. Bringing you comfort when there's discomfort.
Starting the first bank in South Dakota was the easy part, earning the confidence of local farmers, helping families account for their dreams, and securing the future for countless businesses took us a little longer. We owe it to the hard workers, big dreamers, and forward thinkers out there. Thank you for making South Dakota a great place to call home.
Authentic Mexican food goods with the family touch is here in Yankton at Angela's Mexican Store. From fresh produce and meats to the spices and the snacks you miss from home. Traveling or just moved? No problem. They accept money from many different countries. Check out the different kinds of money on the wall. Family owned, family loved. They treat you like family. Angela's Mexican Store, where culture meets community. Stop in today.
And back on the floor for a slightly extended Vishay Yankton halftime show, as a few of the dance teams have been on the floor here for Brookings on a senior night. Again, your score 28-7. Yankton leads by 21 at the break. And what a great 16 minutes of basketball it was in that first half for Yankton. Just really felt like everything went right that could possibly go right. And the shots were falling, which always makes life a little bit easier. And that's kind of something I talked with Coach Haynes of the Bucks, and he said, I asked him, your offense has really just been clicking. It feels like you're playing just a lot better as a team as well. And he said, well, to be quite frank with you, when the shots are falling, it makes life a lot easier. You've got more excitement, just keeps everything up and running. And right now, that's what's happening for Yankton, who has 28 first half points. Only about a minute and a half before the second half starts here, but a quick look at some of the scores around the state, where number 1 ranked Brandon Valley on top of Mitchell, who's receiving votes. 6 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Brandon Valley leads 48-27. Again, here at the half, 28-7, Yankton leads Brookings. Number 2 ranked O'Gorman up big time over Huron at the half, 44-16. Number 3 ranked Sioux Falls, Washington, after the first quarter of action, is on top of T-Area 30-11. And Sioux Falls Jefferson, who's receiving votes, currently leads Pierre TF Riggs 7-2 early in the first quarter. And boys AA, we do have 2 score updates. Sioux Falls Jefferson, who's receiving votes, on top of Pierre TF Riggs at the half, 31-23 for Yankton. They are hoping that Pierre falls. As for the Bucks, they are only a slight amount above Pierre in the standings. And number 5 ranked T Area currently leads Sioux Falls, Washington, who is receiving votes 23-22 with 6 minutes left in the first half of action. So some good basketball going on tonight. And again, in Class B, it is the first round of region basketball. And some good games. I'll give you the updates on games and teams that we're planning on covering. The Freeman Flyers lead Irene Wakanda 19-10 the score there. Should Centerville advance to the second round, we'll cover them. They trail Trip Delmont Armor 16-14 with 7 minutes left in the second quarter. And Gayville-Vollen against Avon. No score update, but that is live on Gayville-Vollen Raiders on YouTube. As we wrap up the third quarter of action here. Yankton starts with the basketball to open the third and a 28-7 lead. They now move the basketball right to left as you watch it on Yankton streaming on YouTube. Kudera's pass, a bouncer to Wolfgram, stripped away Sloan McLagan. Brookings quickly moves it the other direction. Julia Burns down on the baseline, can't get the shot to drop. Rao fights for the rebound, and the ball is on the floor. It's a jump ball. A jump ball which will keep it with Brookings. The Brookings crowd may be wanting a foul on Rao. Would have been her third. She's able to avoid that foul trouble. Inbound gets in. Sloan McLagan works against Eden Wolfgram, who takes it away. Wolfgram, a steal up ahead, moves it. Jordan Kudera, who's fouled on her layup attempt. Yankton stays hot defensively. And Kudera, who's already 4 for 6 at the free throw line, a chance for her 7th and 8th attempts. Foul goes against Harper Hook. That is her second personal of the night. And the first one of the third quarter as Jordan Kudera misses the first of 2 free throws. If there's one thing that's been maybe a weak spot for Yankton, it's been free throws. Outside of that, they've been near flawless. Kudera's second no good, but a Wolfgram offensive rebound. Yankton takes it back over on offense. Behind the backs, Wolfgram moves it, swings it out. Kraske wants the corner three, can't get that one to drop. McLagan brings it in for a rebound. Bobcats move it quickly down the floor. Harper Hook to McLagan. Behind the back now, spins it. Working against Wolfgram, had some space, but finds Hook. Julia Burns into the lane, moves it, throws her shot up, and fouled by Jordan Kudera. Kudera picks up her first personal and her team's first. As we await our first score of the second quarter, and Coach Savvy will call a timeout. His first of the night. He's got 4 remaining. A 30-second Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton water break. Les Schwab Tires, located at 2809 Broadway in Yankton. It's the place to buy tires with all different tread types to fit your needs and rims ready to make your vehicle shine. Not only do they sell tires, they fix them too. Flats, brakes, alignments, and more. You can feel confident that your car will be taken care of. No waiting for your tires, they should have them in stock. If you're looking for tractor or semi-tires, those are available too. Les Schwab Tires, where the sign says it all. And back on the floor, 6:54 to go in the third quarter. Yankton still leads. Your score 28-7. At the free throw line here, Julia Burns sinks the first of 2, and that is the first score of the second half for either side. Next one off the back iron, it goes into the hands of September Rao. Her second board of the night. 1 point we've seen in the second quarter. Eden Wolfgram has it, splits the defenders into the lane, leaves the jumper short. Rebound brought in by Abigail Bisker, a freshman who's getting her first minutes of the night here for Brookings. Bisker moves it to Taylor Connett. She tries bringing it baseline, gets cut off by Nora Kraske. A cross-court pass and into the hands there of Burns. Burns drove with it and will throw up a shot, no good. Moving the other direction, Jordan Kudera is headed back to the free throw line again. Right now, Jordan Kudera 4 for 8 at the line. She'll have double-digit free throws already in this one. She's done a nice job of attacking the rack. And the first one, no good. It has been a struggle at the line for her tonight. She's done everything else incredibly well. Next one drops. Full court press, quick steal, up and in. And Yankton a quick score there after the steal, and they just put it up right back for another. Ball is going to be tossed, and it goes out of bounds. A turnover by the Bobcats. Yankton leads this one. It's 31-8, a 23-point lead with 5:50 to go in the third quarter. And the Gazelles work it on offense right to left. September Rao picks up her dribble, gives it up to Nora Kraske, bobbled around and back into the hands of Kraske the ball is. Wolfgram, pump faked going up with it, her shot denied, and she gets hands on it, forces a jump ball. That's one Coach Savvy would probably like to see her dish it out, and that's exactly what he is shouting out right now, as felt like the defense just totally collapsed to worry about Wolfgram. Had some open shooters on the perimeter. Kudera on the inbound, the reverse layup swatted out of bounds. Bobcats defense looks to have improved greatly here in the second half. Only 3 points for Yankton in 2.5 minutes of play. Wolfgram gets fouled by Abigail Bisker as the ball was getting tossed in. That's her first personal. And her team now already 3 fouls in the third quarter. Rao bounces it in, gets it to Wolfgram. She brings it to the far side, hands it off to Kudera, and an offensive foul. Jocelyn Elwood, a moving screen. Brookings takes over. Bobcats are looking to cross into double digits, and I was told beforehand, scoring is sometimes where they struggle, and it has been tonight as Abigail Bisker drives it. Strong layup for 2. Jordan Kudera has it, gives it up to Eden Wolfgram. Wolfgram takes the screen both ways, now dishes it out. Kraske gets the basketball right back. Drives into the lane, puts it up off the glass and in. Eden Wolfgram up to 7 points. Her team leads 33-10, 4:47 to go in the third quarter. Julia Burns drives it down the floor. On the near side, down low, moves it. A good look there for the Bobcats. They get their own rebound and are fouled on the next attempt. The foul, I believe, on September Rao. No, Jordan Kudera. Looked like they were signaling 21. It was 13, I guess. Bisker, her first free throw attempts, misses the first. Kelson Wells and Brenna Elwood check in place of Nora Kraske and September Rao for Yankton. The next attempt for Bisker, off the front iron, gets the kind iron, and it does drop. Off the bench, she's already up to 3 points here on the night, with a couple of rebounds as well. Jordan Kudera with it, gives it up to Brenna Elwood. Elwood to the elbow, picks up her dribble, finds Wolfgram. On the near side, corner three, takes the screen, drives at baseline, dishes it out. Jordan Kudera now to the free throw, elbow that is. Elwood finds a wide open Wolfgram, her triple off the front iron it goes. Had a great look, just couldn't get that one to drop. Bobcats move it quickly up ahead. Taylor Connett takes a screen, drives to the hoop, and is fouled on the attempt. Foul here goes against Jocelyn Elwood, who picks up her second personal. Already Yankton's fourth foul of the third quarter. At the free throw line, Taylor Connett put too much on the first. And a timeout on the floor for Coach McClain and the Brookings Bobcats here. As we'll take it with them, a Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton water break. It's 33-11, Yankton leads.
MT and RC Smith Insurance has been a part of the Yankton community since 1949. Our agency would love to help you with your home, auto, business, life, and long-term care insurance needs.
We take pride in providing you with quality service when you have a claim or need to make changes to your coverage.
The MT and RC Smith Insurance Agency is flexible to meet with you in person or at the office at 204 West 4th Street. Give them a call for insurance changes, payments, claims, or service requests.
Craving something boss level delicious? Come out to Boss Pizza and Chicken, where flavor meets delicious and delicious meets drooling. Your taste buds won't be the same when you taste the bold flavors of Boss Pizza and Chicken. From crispy chicken to juicy burgers to handcrafted specialty pizzas, Boss has it all. Serving lunch and dinner Monday through Sunday starting at 11 o'clock. That's why they're the boss. Boss Pizza and Chicken, just waiting to crush your cravings.
Back to the floor for the second attempt here for Taylor Connett. At the free throw line, bounces around, and again, kind iron on the second attempt for the Bobcats. 33-12, Brookings trails to Yankton. Halfway through our third quarter here. Yankton on offense. With it, Jocelyn Elwood gets trapped, finds Brenna Elwood. Now Cooter on the near side, gets into the lane. A good look off the glass for two more. 14 points for Jordan Cooter. She leads all scorers in tonight's game. With it, Harper Hook thought about driving, kicks it back out. Burns now down low, trying to shoot over the top of the defenders, and she's fouled. More free throws coming up for the Bobcats. Kelson Wells has picked up her third personal of the night here. And now bonus for the remainder of the third quarter for the Bobcats already. That free throw off the back iron from Burns. September Rao and Nora Kraske come in for Yankton. Eden Wolfgram and Jocelyn Elwood to the bench. The remaining three on the floor will be Kelson Wells, Brenna Elwood, and Jordan Kudera. And again, same spot. Ends up in the hands of Rao. Yankton gets away without giving up any points. With it, Wells. Up top to Kudera. It's stripped away. Going the other direction, Taylor Connett. And just couldn't quite reel it in. Otherwise had an open look at the layup. Tessa Connett now is fouled on her attempt. And that's foul, I believe, number 7 on Yankton of the third quarter. As Kudera will now pick up her third personal. Tessa Connett off the right side of the rim it goes. Next attempt also doesn't drop, so Bobcats 0 for 4 in their last attempts there at the charity stripe. Brenna Elwood kicks it out. Kudera drives into the lane. Her shot blocked, but she was also fouled during the process. Tessa Connett has picked up her fourth personal. She is one away from being fouled out. Kudera at the free throw line again. Misses the first of two. It has not been a free throw shooting night for either side. And the next attempt here for Kudera off the back iron, no good. We've now got 6 straight missed free throws between the two teams. Harper Hook brings it down the way for Brookings. Works against Brenna Elwood. Takes a screen to the top. Finds Julia Burns. The three-pointer there. No good. Offensive rebound. Bobcats keep possession. And a foul down low, I believe, on Yankton, which would be bonus free throws. September Rao now up to her 3rd personal and Yankton's 8th foul of the quarter. And that free throw continues the streak. 7 straight missed at the line. Next attempt, halfway down before rattling out. And that is 8 in a row missed at the line for these two teams. Wolfgram gives it up to Brenna Elwood. Now up top to Sabrina Kraske. Brenna Elwood drives baseline. The wraparound hook layup off the underside of the backboard and moving the other direction. We near the 2-minute mark here in the 3rd quarter. With it, Sloan McLagan bounces it down low. Taylor Connett right back to McLagan. Up top with it, Burns. Burns wants to drive with it. Lofts it up with her right hand. No good. Offensive rebound here for Abigail Bisker. Bisker gives it out, and Connett will drive it. No good. Another offensive rebound. Bisker, her attempt no good until Wolfgram brings it in, and now a jump ball. Right now, Yankton kind of struggling on the glass. Berkeley Olson checks in place of Jocelyn Elwood. As Coach Savvy just hoping to get someone in who's able to rebound it. Inbounding it here, Abigail Bisker. Bisker, her pass tipped and taken away. Nora Kraske, that is her 3rd steal of the night. It's not easy to get a steal on the inbound. Yankton with a 23-point lead with 97 seconds to go in the 3rd quarter. Cross court to Nora Kraske, now into the lane. Brenna Elwood, the pass is tipped. Sloan McLagan gets the ball. Bounces it into Taylor Connett. She'll give it out, and ball goes out of bounds, turned over by the Bobcats. Score update on the Gayville Vol and Avon Pirates game, which we have coverage of. Tied at 26 at the half. That is on Gayville Vol and Raiders on YouTube. Brenna Elwood with it. On the far side, we'll give it to Kraske. Gets it to Wolfgram, spins into the lane, and finishes it. 37-12, it's the largest lead of the night, 25 for Yankton. With a minute to play here in the 3rd quarter, Wolfgram will pick up a foul. Number 9, I believe now, here in the 3rd quarter for Yankton. So fouling has been plentiful for the Gazelles here in the 3rd quarter. Caitlin Harris to the free throw line, and she snaps the streak of 8 missed free throws. Swishes it in. And now for the 2nd attempt. Off the front iron it goes. Offensive rebound, Bisker. She's headed to the line. Yankton with double-digit fouls here in the 3rd quarter. Berkeley Olson the foul, her 1st personal. Another score update. The Freeman Flyers lead the Irene Wakanda Eagles 31-7. That is on 5 Star streaming on YouTube if you're interested in that one. And then Tanagers lead Dakota Valley 31-19 in their playoff game. First of 2 is good for Abigail Bisker. Her next attempt, again, nothing but net. Brings her team back within 22. And another timeout called here by Brookings, a full timeout, as we've got under a minute to go here in the 3rd quarter. It's 37-15. Yankton leads in this one.
Warmer days are coming, and sooner or later your air conditioning will need to kick in as well. But what if it doesn't? Well, don't wait. Call Larry's Heating and Cooling. With 43 years in the business, we're very knowledgeable on what we do and how we serve our customers. You can rest assured that when you call day or night, someone will always pick up the call. Join our Elite Club today and become a priority member. Skip the line, get discounts on services, and have no overtime fees. Call Larry's Heating and Cooling for expert service from factory-trained technicians.
Slumberland Furniture at 2401 Broadway in Yankton, home of Kirkland Furniture Groups, bedroom groups by Laguna, and dining sets by Tower and Catadel. They're also the only place to offer furniture by Flex Steel and the biggest selection of Lazy Boy in the area. The Mattress Gallery is full of the best brand name mattresses in the business, including the all-new Tempur-Pedic Active Breeze personalized climate-controlled mattress. Slumberland Furniture, dining, bedroom sets, and mattresses in Yankton.
As we near the end of the third quarter here, under a minute to go in this set. 37-15, Yankton leads on the Fox stop of Yankton's scoreboard. And after this, we'll have a quick post-game show. Eden Wolfgram, a quick foul as full court pressure here from Brookings, and that will put Yankton into the bonus. Free throws coming up for Wolfgram and the Gazelles. We have seen a lot of free throws in this one here. As I think one of the assistant coaches for Brookings just got a warning from the ref. You don't see that too much. Wolfgram knocks in the first of two. Her team back up 23, though, again, the largest we've seen, 25. Next one drops as well. She is double-digit scoring tonight with 11. Whistle blows, and I'm not sure what the call is. And did the coach? Are they going to tee him up or something? I guess I can't hear what's being said, but I didn't. Didn't realize that much was being said. It is a technical foul against Brookings on the coaching staff. Wolfgram heads back to the free throw line, knocks in the first of two. Wolfgram has shot, really the one Yankton Gazelle, who has shot free throw as well, goes 2 for 2 on this trip. 13 points now she's up to, just shy of her season average. Yankton leads 41-15, a 26-point difference with the basketball. 52 seconds to play in the third quarter off of the technical foul, so Yankton will have possession yet. Wolfgram crosses it all the way to Sabrina Kraske, who gets trapped, launches it up top. Wolfgram settles in for a mid-range jumper, left that one short. Bobcats pull it in. It's about a second difference between shot and game clock here. Bobcats with it, and Caitlin Harris gives it up to Harper Hook. Yankton playing aggressive defense all the way out, pretty much to the logo of Brookings. Sloan McLagan finds an open lane to the rim, scores that one. Now Yankton dealing with full court pressure and a foul called on Brookings. Wolfgram back to the free throw line, and you can tell the Brookings coach is not happy, but they just have to kind of quickly close it because you already got a technical foul. They don't want to pick up another one. And I'm not going to say whether they have an argument or not, but they just knew, all right, well, we got to don't say anything because we just picked up a technical. So more free throws for Wolfgram, who's now made 7 on the night. 14 points in the game for Eden Wolfgram. It is her season average. She crosses it with 15 now. She now leads the game in scoring. With 2 seconds, a high arcing three for Brookings, no good. They got the offensive rebound, but could not get the second attempt off in time. After 3 quarters of action, it's 43-17. Yankton leads Brookings. We've got 8 minutes to go. Coming up here on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube. Doctors Lane, Reed, and Cole Swatsky make up the SWAT Chiropractic team. Check out their new location at 2000 Summit Street, Yankton, South Dakota. At SWAT Chiropractic and Rehab, they'll treat your neck and back pain, headaches and migraines, plantar fasciitis, sciatica, sports injuries, elbow, knee, rotator cuff, nerve injuries, and more. SWAT Chiropractic, specialized wellness and therapy. Let them get you ready for wherever life leads you.
There's a whole new world out there. It's called the off-road, and it's waiting to be explored in a Polaris. So gear up to make every moment count with the Polaris off-road vehicle. The new Polaris models are now available at Stockman's Motorsports in Yankton. No matter the weather, get ready to tackle all the trails. With machines like these, your world just gets bigger. Stop in at Stockman's Motorsports today to learn more about the epic new Polaris off-road lineup.
8 minutes to go in this one. Yankton looking to secure win number 7 on the season. They lead 43-17. Ball is lost out of bounds. Yankton's offense, who started with it here in the fourth quarter, turn it over. Their floor made up of Jocelyn and Brenna Elwood, Jordan Kudera, Kelson Wells, and September Rao. So Brookings back to it on offense. Taylor Conant gives it up to Sloan McLagan, dishes it out. The three attempt here. Caitlin Harris bounces around, and still not a three made in this game from Brookings. Jordan Kudera got the rebound, trying to bring it all the way down, and now fighting for possession of the basketball. Whistles blow. We'll see what the call is. A foul on Brookings. Harper Hook picks up her third personal. Rao inbounds it to Kudera, buries another three. Jordan Kudera with 17 points. She now is the leader of the game. On the opposite side, Caitlin Harris steps it out, gives it to Hook. Hook up top to Sloan McLagan, the senior who really has led the team tonight. An open look, Caitlin Harris for the answer, no good. Ball is rebounded, September Rao. Yankton leads 29 as September brings it down the floor. She now is wrapped up between two defenders. Ball dribbles out of bounds, and last touch by Brookings. One more point and Yankton would enact the 30-point running clock rule for the remainder of this one unless Brookings gets it within 20. Brenna Elwood with it, gives it to Jordan Kudera. Addison Muth is in the game for the first time. Elwood finds a cutter in. Elwood, she'll score it. Down low, Jocelyn Elwood, her second score of the night. 48-17, a 31-point lead for Yankton. Up top, back to Sloan McLagan it goes. She'll bounce it down. Conant takes a couple dribbles. No good on that attempt. Great defense by Addison Muth. Elwood brings it in. 6:20 to go in the game. Yankton leads 48-17 on your Fox stop of Yankton scoreboard. After this, the Bucks take on the Bobcats. Wells drives it baseline off the glass. I'm not sure how she got through there, but she'll get 2 points off of it either way. 50 points now for Yankton. McLagan, hard cut into the elbow. Gives it out to Taylor Conant. Around the horn they move it. McLagan drills a triple, and it is the first three that Brookings has made tonight. Brookings up to 20 here tonight. Elwood into the lane, kicks it out. Muth swings it to Wells. Wells drives into the lane with her left hand, throws it up. She's fouled. Free throws coming up for Kelson Wells. We'll see who the foul's on. Again, a running clock stops with free throws and timeouts, nothing more. Tessa Conant tagged with the foul, and she is officially fouled out of this game. As we await the free throws coming up for Wells, who's got 2 points in this one. Now a discussion from the officials. And I think they just changed who the foul is on. It'll go against Abigail Bisker, so Tessa Connett will remain in the game with 4. Wells gets the first free throw. She's up to 3, a player who averages 3 points per game, right at her season average, and pretty much a clean sweep here for Yankton on the floor. Made up of Berkeley Olson, Brenna Elwood, Sabrina Kraske, Addison Muth, and Wells at the free throw line. She goes 2 for 2, up to 4 points. 52-20, Yankton leads this one. On the other side of the floor, Bobcats working on offense. Round to the far side, it's Zoe Miller. Zoe Miller up top, Sloan McLagan. McLagan stops on a dime, had a good look, couldn't get it to drop though. Wells brings it in for her second board of the night. Up ahead, Berkeley Olson with it, has it poked free into the hands of Brenna Elwood. It goes, swings it out. Sabrina Kraske, the 3 off the front iron. Sabrina nearly with her first points of the night. McLagan wants to just run it down the floor, a track meet, and she's fouled, headed to the line. And the foul, I believe, is on Berkeley Olson. It is her second personal. And Sloan McLagan to the line off the back iron. The first attempt goes. Now Olivia Woods checked in, and Lucy Johnson for Yankton. Haven't seen Lucy Johnson in some time for the Gazelles. Next one no good as well. Olivia brings in the rebound. Nearly every Gazelle who's checked into the game with a stat in tonight's action. Johnson hands it off to Berkeley Olson and gets it right back. Lucy drives it baseline, cross-court pass, knocked out of bounds. Inbound gets into Olivia Woods. Wants to drive it down low, and she is fouled. Is it on the shot or on the floor? As Taylor Connett, now I think she is up to 5 fouls in tonight's game, and we'll check out for the final time here. In her place is Abigail Bisker. Olivia Woods heads to the free throw line. Olivia Woods drops it and scores in this one. 53-20, your updated score, with Yankton leading this one big time in the fourth quarter. She'll go 1 for 2 at the line. Bobcats bring it in and look for a few final sets to wrap up this one on offense. A good look from the corner 3. Zoe Miller put too much on that one. It's rebounded there by Bisker. Ball knocked out of bounds there by Berkeley Olson, and it will stay with Brookings. Berkeley Olson, a multi-sport athlete, competed in the gymnastics state tournament here just about a week ago. Now back with the Gazelles in a basketball uniform. Abigail Bisker, they move it around the horn. Sloan McLagan takes the screen and will dish it out. Ella Miller. Down low they move it. Connett throws it up and just grazing the rim there. It's short. Now Bisker wants it. Was another offensive rebound for Brookings, and a nice driving cut and score for Ella Miller. Again, after this, we'll have our First Dakota National Bank post-game show. Your hot hands of the game brought to you by Kaiser Heating and Cooling of Yankton. And into our next pregame show for the Bucks and Bobcats. Lucy Johnson gets tied up with the defenders, and it will be a jump ball, giving it back to the Bobcats. Madeline Tarashinsky and Isabel Sheldon have now checked in, with Berkeley Olson and Sabrina Kraske to the bench for Yankton. Just over 2 minutes to play here in this one. It's 2:05 to go, 53-22, Yankton up big time. McLagan takes it to the near side, working against Tarashinsky, finds some spacing, can't get the shot to drop. Olivia Woods gets the rebound and a quick whistle to get in. Elise Jeldon. Jeldon, a sophomore guard. And we'll have one more sub probably here for the Bobcats. It looks like Harper Hook in at the scorer's table, as you want to get your freshman guard as many minutes as possible and start thinking about next year as well, too. Madeline Tarashinsky stops with it, gives it up to Muth in the middle, but it's taken the other way. Tessa Conant, the steal. She wants to go coast to coast, a spin, throws it up and scores it for 2. Harper Hook will check in. And to the bench for the final time tonight is Sloan McLagan on senior night, as she'll be met by her father and coach, Mitch McLagan. Gets a round of applause from the home crowd here. 50 seconds to go. It's 53-24 Yankton with possession of the basketball. Muth gives it up to Olivia Woods. Woods dumps it off. Isabel Sheldon down low, drives with it. Her shot denied there by Tessa Conant, goes out of bounds. Yankton will keep possession as the clock continues to roll. Under 30 seconds to play in this one. Yankton's final offensive set here of the night. Addison Muth gets the inbound, brings it up to the top to Madeline Tarashinsky, launches the triple. Bank is open late on a Tuesday night. 56-24. Bobcats bring it the other way quickly. To the hands now of Tessa Conant. Bounces it out. 1 second. The final shot. Harper Hook can't get it to fall. And your final score, 56-24. The Gazelles take away a victory here tonight. They advance to 7-11 on the season. And the Bobcats drop to 2-16 on the year. And for Yankton, just talk about the turnaround. 1-19 last season and did not reach the Sodak 16 game. 7-11, 18 games into this one with 2 games remaining. They've all but clinched a Sodak 16 game and just look to continue climbing up the standings. And you know, with how they've been playing, I wouldn't be terribly shocked if they pull off an upset in the Sodak 16 and find themselves into the state tournament. We'll step aside for just a minute here. We'll get your full game stats here, your Kaiser Heating and Cooling hot hands of the game, and into our pregame for the Bucks and Bobcats. That's here on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube.
Imagine working for a successful global business with customers in 140 countries. That's Vishay Intertechnology, a Fortune 1000 maker of electronic componentry. Now imagine a company of that size with that kind of stability and a caring family-like environment. Learn more about what you can do at Vishay by visiting VishayCareers.com. Vishay is an equal opportunity employer. Vishay, the DNA of tech.
When you need top-notch appliances that last, trust the experts at Murph's Appliance. From washers and dryers to refrigerators, they have all the trusted brands to keep your home running smoothly. At Murph's, you'll find Maytag appliances built for durability and service you can count on. Whether it's a new oven or a repair, they're there for you every step of the way. Stop on down to Murph's Appliance, your local Maytag dealer in Vermilion. Maytag and Murph's, reliable just like you.
This is your invitation to thrive in Yankton, South Dakota. Nestled on the bluffs of the Missouri River, plenty of outdoor adventures are waiting. Whether you work remote or in a traditional office, we have a spot for you. Quality health care, diverse manufacturing, progressive school system, Mount Marty University, and so much more. Explore with family and friends. Let's thrive together.
I knew I should have
had those brakes checked at Graham Tire. It's all about safety. Tire mounting, balancing, wheel alignment, and shocks and struts and batteries, oil changes, and lube service. Graham Tire does these every day. And there's over an acre of tires. Graham Tire has them all, big and small. Tires for cars, trucks, campers, trailers, big rigs, and tracks. Honesty and integrity is a matter of pride since 1951. Graham Tire, Yankton.
Midwest Insurance Agency values family. Our agency has been family-run for over 60 years. We pride ourselves on excellent, knowledgeable customer service. This day and age, everyone is so eager to have an immediate response with a quote. But at Midwest Insurance, we take our time and evaluate your assets and make sure you are properly insured. We take those what-ifs very seriously. As we continue on our family business with hopes of our children, Brooke or Jet, taking over in the future, we will continue to be there for you always. Come be a part of our family. Midwest Insurance Agency, 3016 Piper Street, Yankton.
Welcome to JR's Oasis, your one-stop food and gas shop. Proud to serve Phillips 66 regular, premium, and diesel fuel. After fueling, go inside for slushies and shakes, ice cream cones, and now offering a full line of healthy, chilled items and snacks. JR's hot menu is great for breakfast, lunch, and supper, featuring the famous Hammer Breakfast Sandwich and fresh hand patty burgers. Try the new Cafe Tango frozen coffees for that extra boost of deliciousness. JR's Oasis, East Highway 50, Yankton.
And back on the floor for a quick First Dakota National Bank post-game show. Yankton Gazelles with a victory 56-24. And your final game stats. Jocelyn Elwood with 4 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists, and a steal. Eden Wolf-Graham scored 15, 6 rebounds, 2 assists, and 3 steals. Nora Kraske with 1 point, 4 rebounds, an assist, and 3 steals. Jordan Cooter led all scorers with 17, 6 rebounds, 2 assists, and 2 steals for her. And to round off the starters, September Rao, 10 points, 4 rebounds, 1 assist, and 2 steals. Coming off the bench, Kelson Wells with 4 points, 2 rebounds. Addison Muth, 1 assist. Berkeley Olson with 2 rebounds. Sabrina Kraske with an assist. Brenna Elwood, 2 points and 2 rebounds. Olivia Woods with 1 point, 2 rebounds. And Madeline Tarashinsky with 3 points. We also saw Isabel Sheldon and Lucy Johnson on the floor here tonight. It's time for your Kaiser Heating and Cooling Hot Hands of the Game. Yankton's original and most trusted heating and cooling professionals for over 76 years. Kaiser Heating and Cooling, 808 West 23rd Street of Yankton. Now, maybe not the leading scorer, actually the third most on her team, but I felt like she got things rolling for Yankton to separate them from Brookings early on. September Rao is our hot hands of the game for tonight, brought to you by Kaiser Heating and Cooling of Yankton. So September Rao, 10 points, 4 rebounds, an assist, and 2 steals. Knocked down 3 triples in the first half and felt like she is what led to Yankton taking an early lead as we now switch gears into another Anytime Fitness Yankton pregame show. Anytime Fitness of Yankton, let's make healthy happen. Game 2 of the night, and it's now the Yankton Bucks in Brookings to take on the Bobcats. Entering this one, the Bucks are 5-12 on the year, currently tied with Pierre TF Riggs for the 13th seed in AA. Brookings, on the other hand, is currently 1-16, which has them in 19th. Just like their girls team, they certainly want to get some wins to try and reach the top 16 teams in the class. Here's the numbers from this year. Yankton scoring 52.7 points per game to Brookings 47. And defensively, Yankton gives up 54 points per game to Brookings 62.8. Yankton's point differential has shrunk even more. It's down to a point differential of minus 1.1 point per game. I mean, nearly 1 point per game average. 63 points per game Brookings gives up. Their average game is a minus 15.8 point per game point differential. Last year when they faced off, Yankton won by 8, 64-56. The numbers in this one do favor the Bucks, who score about 7 more points per game and giving up 9 less points per game defensively. And last year was a good one with the Bucks winning by 8. Don't be surprised if this one is close as well. Yankton is coming off a win over the T-Area Titans, and they look to keep surging and moving up the standings, as just a few weeks ago they weren't to the top 16, and anymore they have somewhat of a chance to reach the top 12. For Brookings, their last couple of games were close losses against Aberdeen Central and Pierre TF Riggs. They look to bounce back. The Bucks look for back-to-back wins here tonight after winning 3 of their last 4. I was only able to get a hold of Coach Haynes of the Bucks. We'll step aside for a moment. When we return, that chat with Coach Haynes here on Classic Hits 106.3 in Yankton, streaming on YouTube.
If you want somebody to come into your home and fix everything right the first time, look professional, act professional, treat you with respect, you gotta call Kaylin's. When they come in, I feel that they want to be there. I feel that they want to help me.
You know, they put on the little booties over their shoes. They had canvas from the garage door all the way down to walk on. They left the furnace room in the basement probably cleaner than it was when they came in.
They just do customer service very well. I would recommend Kaylin's to anyone.
From simple sniffles to complex health conditions, the primary care providers at Yankton Medical Clinic will not only see you for your annual visits, screenings, and preventative care, but also provides care for the entire family, from pediatrics to adults. With 4 clinic locations and 15 outreach locations throughout South Dakota and Nebraska, compassionate, quality medical care is closer than you think. For more information on providers, services, and locations, visit our website, yanktonmedicalclinic.com.
If you're into hunting, fishing, towing, or just want to blaze the trail, All Seasons has ATVs, UTVs, dirt bikes, and scooters from quality brands like Honda, Yamaha, and CF Moto. Needing watercraft? All Seasons has a large selection of quality boats and wave runners, and we take pride in service after the sale. We have friendly certified technicians that will winterize, summarize, diagnose, and repair your power sports equipment. In business for over 20 years for good reasons. We're All Seasons, Power Sports and Marine in Yankton.
Do you like to read? I love to read. So does Rabin Books, your unique bookstore in Yankton, where you'll find thousands of books from brand new to gently used oldies but goodies, all at unbeatable prices. Trade in your old favorites for credit and be able to explore something new. Whether you're a casual reader or a bookworm, Rabin Books is your next chapter, located at 804 Bill Baggs Road. Rabin Books, where every book finds a home.
Back on our coaches' conversations, Chris Haynes, head coach of the Yankton Bucks. Coach, your team coming off a huge win over the T-Area Titans. What did you see in that one?
I thought we had good intensity. I thought we defended well. You know, the Shot kid and the Weavinga kid are really good. And I thought Beck and Owen did a good job on them. And then offensively, obviously Abel Bryan had a great game, and Jackson Kudra did what he's been doing all season for us, and had a couple other guys step up, and we were able to make enough plays to win the basketball game, which was fun and a nice win for our guys.
And again, your team really seems to be clicking at the right time. How important is it to be playing your best ball around this time?
Well, yeah, that's the goal every year, right? Is you want to be playing your best basketball at the end of the season, and I think we're doing that right now. I think we said it quite a bit. Obviously, in the middle of the season there, that we still thought our best basketball was in front of us, and just didn't think we played very well. Especially before Christmas and even right after Christmas. And, since then, second week of January or whatever it was, I really feel like since then we've really been trending in the right direction. And, we need to continue that here the last week of the regular season.
And what are the things that your team is now doing better that maybe not as well earlier in the year?
Well, it's easy to say, but sometimes it's the truth. I mean, everything just looks a lot better and feels a lot better when the ball's going in the basket. And so I think we're capitalizing more on some of our opportunities that we're getting on the offensive end, and that's allowing us to have some momentum in games. And we're not going through stretches, long stretches where we're not scoring and things like that. So, I thought for a while we were in the low 40s, and it's just hard to win when you're in the low 40s. You just have no margin for error. And so here recently we've been scoring the basketball at a little higher rate. If we can get to the mid-50s, we feel comfortable that we're going to give ourselves chances to win basketball games.
And now you take on the Brookings Bobcats. Your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, scary game. Obviously, we're coming off a big win. They're coming off a tough road loss. That's their last home game, senior night, Tuesday road trip, all those things. So 1,000 excuses in the world if you want to make them. So we're really going to be relying on our seniors and our leadership and our maturity to make sure that we're handling this road trip properly, coming out and being ready to play. We got to come out and play with the same energy and intensity that we have, here recently. And if we do that, I think we'll put ourselves in position to be in the basketball game and hopefully, again, making enough plays to win it.
And what do you expect them to throw at you both offensively and defensively?
Well, it all starts with the Tetzloff kid for them. I mean, he's just a load inside, 6'6", and strong, skilled, getting 15 points and 9 rebounds a game. he's an all-conference type player, and everything centers around him, and it should. He's their focal point inside, and he can score inside, and then if you have to give help, he's kicking it out, and they got shooters on the perimeter. So if they get that inside-outside combination going, then they're really hard to guard. And the other player that's really stepped up this year for him is the Lease kid, their sophomore point guard. Really has kind of just stabilized their team and ball handling and getting them into offense and things. So defensively, they're very physical. They're a strong physical basketball team, and they like to be very physical on that end of the floor and on the board. So we're going to have to handle that appropriately as well.
And I'm not sure if you've noticed, but your team's point differential is less than 2 points per game. Clearly, you've been in plenty of close ones. Do you feel like that has prepped your team for the upcoming postseason?
Well, it should, right? You get to this time of year and things tighten up, especially in boys AA basketball. Every year, you see this. You get into late February at the end of the season, and things they just tighten up. I think you saw that this weekend with some of the scores throughout the state in AA that they're gonna come down to the wire. And we always say that the teams that continue to improve and continue to get better in February are the ones that give themselves the best chance of continuing to advance on into the postseason, and especially in those postseason games. So that's what we need to do.
As always, appreciate the time. Good luck in this one.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, Zach.
Again, that was head coach Chris Haynes of the Yankton Bucks on our Coaches Conversations. On the way, Yankton in Brookings to take on the Bobcats. Keep it tuned here on Classic Hits 106.3 in Yankton, streaming on YouTube.
Weather around here gets pretty crazy. Are you sure the weather hasn't caused damage to your roof? Let Justice at H&H Roofing in Yankton take any roof damage worries away. He'll come and inspect your roof. Even if you've had an inspection, get a second opinion or re-inspection for your peace of mind. H&H Roofing has built their reputation on working to satisfy homeowners for years. Family owned and operated. H&H Roofing is bonded and insured. Contact Justice today.
Dive into the delicious all-you-can-eat Asian buffet, featuring mouth-watering Asian cuisine like broccoli beef, General Chicken, sesame chicken, so much more. Or choose from a fresh selection of meats, noodles, rice, vegetables, Asian-inspired sauces, and watch them sizzle on the Mongolian grill. Plus tantalizing desserts, including ice cream. Get your fill at King Buffet and Mongolian Grill, North Broadway, Yankton.
And back on the floor, we are only moments away from the Yankton Bucks and the Brookings Bobcats in what should be a fun one here tonight. The Bucks coming off a big win over T-Area in their last game, 51-38. And that one leading the way scoring was Abe O'Brien with 21 points, Jackson Cooter with 15, and then Beck Reichen with 6, Owen Eidsness 5, and 4 from Austin Conway. In rebounding, Austin Conway and Cooter led the way with 6 apiece, then 5 from Abe O'Brien, 4 for Owen Eidsness, 2 for Beck Reichen, and 1 for Ivan Hirschman. I got to point out, of Conway's 6 rebounds, 3 coming off the offensive side. As far as assists, Beck Reichen led the way again, 5 of them, 3 assists for Owen Eidsness, and then 1 apiece for Abe O'Brien and Austin Conway. On the defensive side, Owen Eidsness led the way with 4 steals. Jackson Cooter had 1, and Ivan Hirschman also had 1. Eidsness added in 6 more deflections as well. I mean, talk about a very good performance defensively, and Yankton's looking to replicate that here tonight to try and pull off back-to-back wins. Again, coming into this, the Bucks 5-12, and for the Bobcats, 1-16, as the Brookings Bobcats are currently the 19 seed in AA. Yankton tied for 13th with Pierre T.F. Riggs, as kind of a waiting for them to put the starters on the scoreboard. Wasn't able to get the Brookings starters. So waiting to get to our starting lineups, which are brought to you by Larry's Heating and Cooling of Yankton and Vermilion. For all your heating and cooling needs, it's Larry's Heating and Cooling. Anytime, any day. And I guess, well, we aren't going to get them put on the board. They're going to start with the Bucks, so I guess we're going to start with the Bucks as well. These are your Bucks starters for tonight, brought to you by Larry's Heating and Cooling, Yankton and Vermilion.
Beck Reichen, number 2, guard. Owen Eisnes, number 3, guard. Jackson Kudra, number 4, guard. Abe O'Brien, number 5, forward. Austin Conway, number 52, center.
And those were your starting lineups for the Yankton Bucks, brought to you by Larry's Heating and Cooling of Yankton and Vermilion. Still kind of waiting to see who the Brookings starters are for tonight. They've got plenty of seniors, so kind of waiting to see who they are on the floor. The Bucks wearing their road red jersey and shorts trimmed out in all white. And for the Bobcats, white jersey and shorts trimmed in black and red, just like their girls team earlier. And we'll just kind of announce these starting lineups as they do here. As they'll get through their little helpers on the team there, the young managers of the team. Coming off a game that saw the Gazelles defeating the Bobcats, Bucks trying to do their part as well. And we are nearing closer to the starting lineups. Again, couldn't get a hold of Coach Joe Fredrickson of the Bobcats, so kind of running it out without much info on the team as we enter tonight's matchup. Now, there's one I could probably take an educated guess who's for sure going to be in the starting lineup, but we'll just wait for them. His name was mentioned in the Coach Haynes interview as well. I'd be shocked to find him not starting in this one. Is now on the floor. It is time for the starters of the Brookings Bobcats. For Yankton, 3 seniors in their starting lineup and a sophomore and junior. We start with number 2, the senior guard at 6'2". It is Jones Huntemer. Senior forward at 6'2", number 5, Jace Bauer. 2 seniors to start their lineup. And we'll follow it up with another one. Number 10, the guard, 6 feet flat. It's Gavin Anderson. Another senior in the lineup, guard 5'11", Drew Johnson, wearing number 12. And to round off the Bobcats starting lineup is senior forward at 6'6", number 25. It's Bergen Tetzloff. The one player I was pretty confident I would be able to guess is in the starting lineup, of course, was Tetzloff. As now we've gone through our starting lineups, it is officially game time. Bergen Tetzloff will jump against Abe O'Brien. Clear height advantage here for Tetzloff on the floor. Bucks in red, Bobcats in white. It is officially game time here for game number 2 in Brookings, South Dakota. The official meets in the center circle. So we load up our Fox Stop of Yankton scoreboard on Yankton streaming. Whistle blows, ball is in the air, and it is controlled by the Bobcats. Gavin Anderson with it in his hand, swings it across to Bauer. They move it right to left as you watch it here on Yankton streaming on YouTube. Jones Huntemer takes the screen, tries feeding it to Bergen Tetzloff and fires it out of bounds. A turnover for Brookings right out of the gates. Yankton now taking over on offense as they move it left to right. With it, Owen Eisnes gives it to Beck Reichen, who finds a cutter in Jackson Kudera. And the perfect way to start this night offensively for Coach Haynes and his squad. Ball knocked out of bounds there, and last touch by Brookings. Drew Johnson had his hands on it, and it was put out of bounds. Yankton right back on offense. Beck Reichen already an assist. He leads his team in assists per game with 3.2, and that's just gone up. On the inbound, Beck Reichen to Kudera, swishes in the triple. Jackson Kudera already 5 points in this one as Yankton leads 5-0, 7:15 still to go in the first quarter. On offense, the Bobcats move it again with it. Drew Johnson brings it up to the top, now to Huntemer. Huntemer down low to Bergen Tetzloff. He works against Conway. Ball was poked free, and Conway will take it away. Yankton a great start as Beck Reichen high off the glass, can't finish the job, slides into the bleachers, but able to get up. Brookings with it back on offense. A mid-range jumper is short. Abe O'Brien brings it in. This one has been fast-paced back and forth in the first minute, 20 seconds, as Yankton now will slowly bring it down the floor. Kudera has it, gives it up, Owen Eidsness. He'll take a screen from Conway, has some room, takes the mid-range jumper in the lane. That one rimmed around and out. Eidsness tried getting the steal there against Gavin Anderson, couldn't quite bring it in. An offensive foul now, Gavin Anderson, a moving screen. It is the first foul we've seen all night, and it goes against Gavin Anderson of the Bobcats. Yankton back to work on offense. 5-0 they lead in the first 2 minutes. Eidsness gives it up top to Austin Conway. Now Beck Reichen with some spacing. Spins at the free throw line, loses the ball. Last touch there by Drew Johnson and lets it go out of bounds. Reichen gets the inbound into Eidsness. Still 18 to shoot for Yankton. Into the corner, Jackson Kudera, his second triple of the night. Jackson Kudera, 8 points in the first 2 minutes. 8-0, all points from the sophomore, Jackson Kudera. Bobcats looking still for their first score of the night. Jace Bauer works against Abe O'Brien. It's number 5 against number 5. Picks it up into the lane and now out to Jones Huntemer. Tetzloff with it. Has the ball knocked free yet again. Fight for the basketball. Last touch by Tetzloff out of bounds. Yankton's defense, another stop, and what a start for Yankton and Coach Haynes and his squad. Noah Lease will check in place of Gavin Anderson. No change for Yankton, and why would you? Beck dribbles it down here for Yankton. Gives it up to O'Brien at the elbow. Hands it off. Kudera wants his third triple of the night. Count the foul and the bucket. Jackson Kudera is out of his mind. As we watch the replay on Yankton streaming, brought to you by Yankton with Nelson, second generation, family owned and supporting the local community, including Yankton Athletics since 1981. Kudera, a chance for the 4-point play. Free throws up and no good. Well, he'll knock down every three you need, but the free throw is the tough one. 11-0 Yankton leads with over 5 to play in the first quarter. Into the corner three here, Gavin Smith off the backside of the backboard. Kudera brought it in up ahead the floor. A turnover, no, it's out of bounds. Yankton gets away with one there. What a start in this one for Yankton. Fighting for win number 6. Inbound gets into Owen Eidsness. To the elbow, moves it. Beck Reichen, corner three. Yes, another one! Yankton cannot miss right now. 4 triples already in tonight's action. And a timeout for Coach Fredrickson and his squad. The first of the game, a Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton water break. Locally owned for 4 generations, call them for water softening and purification. Salt, reverse osmosis needs, and bottled water. That's Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton. 4:42 to go in our first quarter yet. Yankton leads 14-0. 4 triples they've already sunk. And really, it's been Jackson Kudera and teammates so far to start this one. 11 points and a rebound already for Jackson Kudera. The other 3 points coming out of the hands of Beck Reichen. And you just can't ask for a better start here for Yankton here tonight. Bucks on defense, and with it the Bobcats here. They inbound it and get it into Noah Lease. Brookings still looking for that first score of the night. Screen here as Beck Reichen tries getting around it. Now finding a double is Lease. Jackson Kudera got in front of that pass. Bergen Tetzloff drives it down low, and the first score of the night for the Bobcats is in. Bergen Tetzloff, a senior forward at 6'6", certainly could give the Bucks trouble here tonight. Kudera gives it up to Abel Bryan, coming off a great game where he had 21 points. Now Kudera drives it baseline, crosses it court. O'Brien has it stripped free, and he's able to retain possession. Yankton, 12 seconds to shoot. Kudera into the corner, drives it baseline, spins, midi, off the back iron it goes. Up ahead, moving quickly, are the Brookings Bobcats. They bounce it down low to Tetzloff, hands it out, and a three-point attempt for them. To the left side of the hoop it goes. Eidsness races it down the floor. Up top, Beck Reichen thought about the three, decided against it. They now bounce it to Conway. Conway spins into the lane, goes the other direction, puts it in for two. A tough move down low for Austin Conway. For a big man, he sure got some sweet moves. Bergen Tetzloff brings it down the floor for Brookings. Hands it off Gavin Smith. Bobcats, their three off the front iron it goes. Yankton a 16-2 lead and a chance to extend it. Eidsness dishes it out. Jackson Kudera fouled on the three hard. Bucket doesn't fall this time, but 3 attempts coming for him. Jackson Kudera has a chance to get more and more points. If you haven't heard me say it before, he's pretty good at basketball. Jace Bauer, the foul. Kudera misses the next free throw, though. He's 0 for 2 now at the line. 3 for 4 beyond the arc. 0 for 2 at the charity stripe. This is his second opportunity, being fouled at the three-point line. That one misses as well. Jackson Kudera 0 for 3 at the free throw line. Something odd going on with him. I mean, a great shooter for the Bucks. Ivan Hirschman and Miles Drotzman both check back in as Kudera goes 0 for 3. With it, Bergen Tetzloff getting cut with his hand in the cookie jar. Abe O'Brien picks up foul number 1 and teams 4th overall. Or excuse me, their first. There was 3 on Brookings, was adding it to their total. Inbound gets into Noah Lease. Leads to Tetzloff. Nearly lost it on the transition, but the Bobcats retain possession. 2:45 to go in the first. It's 16-2. Settling for the triple there and burying it is Noah Lease, the sophomore who came off the bench tonight. Guessing that's because it's senior night. He checked in pretty quick. Miles Drotzman with it, drives it to the elbow, hands it off Abel Bryan. It's good to see Drotzman back in this lineup for Yankton. Beck Reichen has all the time in the world, buries his second 3 of the night. Yankton with 5 already. It's 19-5, the Bucks up 14 with just over 2 to play in our first quarter. Gavin Smith works it against Kudera, gives it up to Jones Huntemer in the corner. Ivan Hirschman gets his hands on it, and it's a jump ball. Coach Haynes thrilled with that one for Hirschman, but not sure wanted to make sure to say something to Jackson Kudera there. And it will be Bucks basketball. At the elbow here, Abe O'Brien. Up top, Miles Drotzman. Beck Reichen has it and swings it back out. Hirschman to Kudera. He wants another 3 off the front iron. It goes. Abe O'Brien the push-off. Otherwise, he would have had the offensive rebound. So Kudera has finally come back down to earth. Still already with 11 first quarter points. Austin Conway checks in. Abe O'Brien to the bench. He's already got 2 personal fouls in this one. Bobcats with it here. Noah Lease picks up his dribble and gives it up to Hayden Jones, who's in for the first time. Miles Drotzman gets a little aggressive on defense. He'll pick up his first personal. Yankton has now racked up 3 fouls in the first set of action. Checking in for the Bobcats, Gavin Anderson back into it. Brookings will get it in and to work on offense with under 90 seconds to play in our first quarter and a 14-point deficit. Bergen Tetzloff has it with his back to the rack. Gets it right back after the outlet pass. Down low, nearly losing it up top. They swing it. Noah Lee sidesteps, wants another three. No. Beck Reichen sprints it down the floor to Ivan Hirschman, who goes up, fights through the contact, can't sink the shot. Under a minute to go here in our first quarter. 19-5, your score remains. Yankton in the lead. Noah Lease with it at the Brookings logo. He's got 3. He leads his team in the night. Trotzman got a hand on it, but it stays with the Bobcats. On to the far side, Gavin Anderson. Now to the elbow. Tetzloff tries spinning it, nearly lost it, throws it out of bounds. Yankton forces a turnover, no shot clock, and the Bucks can take the final shot here as we enter the closing 34 seconds of the first quarter. Again, no shot clock. Yankton leads 19-5 with 25 seconds to play in the first quarter, and Yankton making it very clear they want to take the final shot here of the first quarter. A chance to extend their lead to 15 plus. 10 seconds is when you make your move, and that's what Beck Reichen will do. Hands it off. Miles Drotzman took an extra step, and it was kind of awkward. The basketball maybe a little behind where he thought, and it will give it to Brookings with 7 seconds to play in the first. And a quick sub in as Drew Johnson checks in for Gavin Anderson. Gavin Smith on the inbound, gets it into Noah Lease. Lease crosses the timeline, steps it up to the three-point line, nothing but net. Noah Lease off of the bench already, 6 points, brings his team within 11. After our first set of action, it's 19-8. Yankton currently in the lead. We'll take a break, we'll step aside, and when we return, the second quarter of action.
Larson Carpet has all your flooring needs. Step into their showroom to see a wide selection of all types of flooring. They have soft and luxurious carpet that's sure to bring comfort to your home. Stylized tile to make any room pop. Different color options of hardwood to make matching easy. And convenient vinyl plank for when spills happen. Of course, with the best customer service in the area. Their knowledgeable staff will make sure to answer any questions you might have. Larson Carpet, 212 Walnut.
Looking to buy a home or maybe sell? Trust the name that puts you first. America's Best Realty. From your first showing to the final signature, their expert agents guide you every step of the way. Fast closings, top market value, and real service you can count on. Your dream home, they will find it. Selling fast, they will make it happen. Call America's Best Realty at 605-260-1600. America's Best Realty, because you deserve the best.
And back onto the floor, it is currently 19-8, Yankton leading after our first quarter. Brookings will start with the basketball in the second quarter. Appreciate you tuning in tonight. I'm Zach Spear, alongside Nathan Delaney, helping out operate our camera and stream for tonight. Down low, pass is tipped to the hands of Owen Eidsness. It goes the other direction. Yankton on offense here, spinning into the lane. Owen Eidsness scores it for 2. The first score of the second quarter belongs to Yankton, and an offensive foul here for Jace Bauer puts Beck Reichen on the floor. He's slow to get up, and wonder if he's just shaken up, got hit in the face a little. He's going to stay on the floor for now. Kind of the leader of this offense. Jackson Cooter, the star of the offense, but it's all orchestrated by senior Beck Reichen. Hirschman inbounds it, gets it to Jackson Cooter, who drives it straight to the lane. His shot deflected. Bobcats bring it in. They move it the other way. Hayden Jones with it. Across the court it goes. Noah Lease. He'll take a screen and move up to the top. Looking for anything here. Jace Bauer into the corner. It's lost out of bounds, and Yankton a defensive stop. 21-8, Yankton leads on our Fox Stop of Yankton scoreboard at the corner of West St. Limits Road and 30th Street, Yankton. A full-service convenience store with hot food, Godfather's Pizza, personal pizzas, sandwiches, munchies, and beverages. Pay at the pump, gas and diesel fuel, firewood, and propane exchange. Moving left to right, Yankton's offense back to the lane. Austin Conway puts it up. He's hard to stop. Austin Conway up to 4 points in this one, and Yankton back up 15. Full court pressure here from Yankton. And now moving it down the floor, the Bobcats. On the near side with it, Hayden Jones nearly had it stripped away. Kudera just takes it out of his hands. Out-muscled him, and going the other direction, Eidsness quickly scores it for 2 more. Owen Eidsness up to 4 points as Yankton, their largest lead of the night. It's 25-8, a 17-point difference. Yankton has come out of the gates as good as possible. Ivan Hirschman on defense. Ball is taken away, and Hirschman will get the steal. Gives it up to Beck Reichen. Reichen brings it baseline, and now will bring it beyond the perimeter. A great defensive set. Kudera finds a wide open Owen Eidsness, and another score. Yankton has furthered the gap. It's 27-8 they lead. Just under 6 minutes to play in our first half of action. A full timeout for the Bobcats, and we'll take it with them when we return. Bucks are up big time.
Looking for a photo that actually looks like you, but better? At Meridian Photo, we specialize in capturing personality, not just poses. Whether it's headshots, high school seniors, family sessions, or team and individual sports photos, we'll make you look like a legend. We've just landed in the Meridian district of Yankton. Book your session today at meridian-photo.com or give us a call at 605-655-4598. Meridian Photo. Be you. You deserve it.
Kaiser Heating and Cooling is your hometown team specializing in all things heating and cooling, as well as heat and glow gas, wood, and electric fireplaces, humidifiers and dehumidifiers, and all styles of ductless mini-split systems. Whether you are building or remodeling, our team of innovative experts will get you the correct equipment and indoor air quality accessories you need for your home or business. Remember, Kaiser Heating and Cooling is your hometown team for all things heating and cooling for the past 77 years. Go Bucks and Gazelles.
The Yankton Bucks leading big time early, 27-8, with 5:57 to play in our second quarter of action. It has been as good of a start as you can ask for Yankton. A 19-point difference. The Bobcats trying to figure something out to get something right. Is in for the first time here for Brookings as Eidsness trailing takes a hefty screen into the corner. Hayden Jones a quick launch on the 3 off target. Miles Drotzman the rebound. Yankton has been efficient on offense. They look to keep it that way, nearing 30 points already here. Jackson Kudera has some spacing, drives to the lane. A lot of contact, but no foul. Bobcats bring it in. The Yankton crowd wanted a foul. They're not going to get one. Brookings with it here. Gavin Smith works against Miles Drotzman. Spins to the elbow, bounces it out. Bauman thought about the three-point attempt, decided against it as Bergen Tetzloff, a soft touch down low, scores it for 2. Yankton giving up a couple points here on that possession. It's the first 2 of the second quarter. I mean, talk about a good start. Eidsness into the corner 3. That one nearly banked in. Instead ends up with Tetzloff. Gavin Smith with it. Tries bringing it baseline. He's cut off by Drotzman. A pump fake at the three-point line from Jones, and he gives it out. Now Noah Lease with it, gets a screen. Nearly lost the basketball, able to hang on to it. 12 to shoot here for the Brookings Bobcats. Jarrett Bauman tries driving with it. Conway got his hands on it. Ball is just put into the hands now of Jackson Kudera. One of the easier steals he'll have this season. Beck Reichen brought it up to the three-point line slowly. Now gives it up Jackson Kudera, who takes a screen from Conway. Nearly losing the basketball, now does lose it. Bauman brings it the other direction. Miles Drotzman on the other side. He's fouled. Bucket was no good, and free throws coming up for the Bobcats. Jarrett Bauman with 2 free throws. Miles Drotzman picks up his second personal. And that's a foul you like to see if you're a coach, a hustle foul where it was going the other way, just simply was trying to make it a tricky one, and he'll force him to make shots at the line. Bauman's first attempt, he leaves it short. 4:05 to go in the second quarter. Drotzman will take to the bench here. 27-10 your score, Yankton leads. Make it 27-11 after Bauman goes 1 for 2 on that trip. Halfway through our second quarter of action here. Bucks with a large lead, but plenty of game time here. Owen Eidsness with it. Gives it up to Kudera. Kudera bounces it down. Conway. Conway brings it baseline, cross court, swings it back. Reichen has some space and got his defender in the air. Now gives it up. Conway. Shot doesn't fall, but he's fouled. Conway with 4 points already and a chance for 2 more. Jarrett Bauman picks up his first personal, team second. Only 3 total fouls here in the second quarter as Conway buries the first. The largest lead was 19 for Yankton, and it's now 18 after Conway makes that free throw. Abe O'Brien checks in, and Jackson Kudera heads to the bench. Still some full court pressure from Yankton. They just make it a little harder on the inbound, but then retreat to defense. Bauman brings it across, gives it up. Gavin Smith down low. Tetzloff with good positioning, scores it on Conway. That's how the Bobcats offense can get rolling. Eidsness immediately spins it, steps it back, dishes it out. Abe O'Brien, downtown money! Abe O'Brien, his first score of the night off the feed from Owen Eidsness. Ball knocked out of bounds, last touch there by Beck Reichen. It's 32-13, back up to that 19-point difference for Yankton. .3:11 to go in the second quarter. Inbound gets into Jarrett Bauman. Bauman works against Owen Eidsness. And now against Hirschman. Down low again, they move it to Tetzloff, finds himself doubled up, but then gets it right back. Again, going to work down low, put too much on that one. Eidsness brought in the rebound, moves it the other direction. Beck Reichen sprints it up ahead, then stops to the free throw line. Abe O'Brien wants to drive with it, the wraparound layup. His shot blocked into the hands of Tetzloff. They're letting them play on the floor on each side here. It's been pretty consistent, I would say. What you like to see. 23-13, a tough shot for Bauman, can't quite finish the job. Hirschman reels it in. Reichen moves it quickly down the floor, and now will set it back up. Eidsness beyond the perimeter with it. Hands it off to Beck Reichen, who now brings it out to the Brookings logo. We cross the 2-minute mark and near the close of our first half. 14 to shoot for Yankton. Eidsness spins it, goes up with it. He's fouled and has free throws coming up. He's already got 6 tonight in the game. Bergen Tetzloff will pick up his first personal, has a couple of subs for the Bobcats, none for Yankton. If you like Yankton athletics, maybe consider dropping a subscribe for our Yankton streaming on YouTube so you'll be notified every time we go live with Yankton athletics. On the inbound, it wasn't a shooting foul. They discuss a wraparound, and off of the rebound, Abe O'Brien can't get the second attempt. Beck Reichen picks up a foul. So Abe O'Brien an offensive rebound, but couldn't sink the shot. And Jackson Kudera checks back in for Yankton. O'Brien to the bench. But again, I thought it was a shooting foul at first, but they said it was before the jumping motion for Eidsness, so they had them inbound it. With it, Jarrett Bauman, it's poked free from Eidsness. Hirschman gives it up, and an easy 2 layup for Owen Eidsness. Yankton leads by 21 here in our first half. 80 seconds to play in the second quarter. Noah Lease with it. Gives it up to the far side, and Gavin Anderson. Tetzloff back to Anderson. Pump fakes the 3. Brings it in and gives it up. Tetzloff nearly lost the basketball. A lot of ball movement here, and an open look. Noah Lease, his 3rd triple of the night, won't drop. Tetzloff an offensive rebound and scores it for 2. 34-15, it makes the score. Yankton still in the lead. Our final minute of the first half here. Reichen hands it off to Ivan Hirschman. Now Kudera with it, takes a screen, steps up to the 3-point line, off of the back iron it goes. Offensive rebound for Austin Conway. Beck Reichen finds some room, high arcer, no good. Yankton has done a nice job of offensive rebounds, sometimes just struggling to finish it. Eisnes puts the ball on the floor, and he's tagged with a foul. No, it's out of bounds, last touch by Brookings. So it won't count as a steal for Owen Eisnes, but it's essentially the same. And we will have a timeout before the half called by Coach Haynes and the Bucks. 30 seconds here, a Lindsay Ecowater Systems of Yankton water break.
Your local KFC Taco Bell at 2504 Fox Run Parkway in Yankton offers 2 menus combined into one. Something for everyone at KFC Taco Bell. When your family's hungry and can't decide between crispy chicken and mashed potatoes or tacos, burritos, and protein bowls, well, you don't have to choose. Get the best of both worlds in one stop. Cool down with the legendary Baja Blast Freeze or heat things up with a variety of hot sauces. KFC Taco Bell Yankton. Why pick one when you can have both?
Back to the floor here, 26 seconds to play in our first half. Yankton leads 34-15, and it is Buck basketball. What a first half for Coach Haynes and his team here as the inbound gets in to Beck Reichen. Reichen will bring it across the floor, and Yankton wants the final shot of the first half. They could cross for a 20-plus point lead entering the second half. Beck Reichen up ahead, gives it to Abe O'Brien at the elbow, hands it off. Jackson Kudera wants another 3. He's got it. Jackson Kudera, his 4th 3 of the night. Brookings moves it across quickly, is unable to score it, and that will bring us to our half. It is currently 37-15 as we enter the Vichay Yankton halftime show. But before we get to the Vichay Yankton halftime show, we've got assistant coach of the Gazelles, Hyder. And coach, what a game for your team. You really took control early in that one and never looked back against these Brookings Bobcats.
Yeah, that was, really the game plan coming in is you got to get after it from the tip. Let's just go and see what we can give them and be ready for whatever they're going to throw at us. And the game kind of started where they wanted to start some seniors that were injured, so it was really good to be able to do that for them. But then trying to fight through that and then go right into the first one after a couple jump balls and letting them do their thing. It can be a little difficult, but I thought our girls responded well, and then they executed right away at the beginning. First half, I thought we played well. We have really good flow, and defensively, we got after it too.
And then this is the second game in a row with over 20 free throw attempts for your team. I mean, that's going to help offense a lot.
Oh, yes. Anytime we can get to the free throw line and convert there, things are going to go well for us. I know Jordan Kudera got there a lot. I'm sure she was a little upset with her percentage tonight, but getting there is the first part of it, and I know that she can make them, so stepping up with confidence and putting those things in could really help as we continue with the season here with our last couple games coming up.
And it really feels like you've built this three-headed monster now, it feels like, where Eden Wolfgram, Jordan Cooter, and September Rao, it seems like now, earlier in the season we didn't see it. Now we're seeing every game, each of them scoring 10-plus points. They did it yet again here tonight. How hard does that make it for the opposing defenses when they've got 3 that can go up for 20-plus any night?
I'll be honest, I don't know how they scout us. We do have a lot of girls. I mean, you could even go deeper. You could go Jocelyn. You could go Nora. Like, you could keep going down the bench. And I think we have the depth that teams don't know how to plan for because we don't know who's going to be hot on any given night, and which really makes us a threat going down the stretch here and getting into postseason coming up. And I think as long as they continue to play together, play as a team, like, we're going to do some really good things here.
And let's just talk, I mean, last season coming up, a 1-19 season, just kind of a hard one, but ending on a high note with that win in the final game. The improvement, though, from this team from last year into this year already now with 7 wins and a chance to get 8 and 9 later this week.
Yep. and we're really hoping we can see that 9 mark. That'd be amazing, obviously. But I think it says a lot about the determination from the girls. Only get 1 win last year, and it was right at the end, and kind of maybe feeling a little defeated, but pushing through every single practice, every single game. That has kind of proven that this year, like, this is their chance to go and make a run for it, and then for years to come. This is kind of setting up Gazelle basketball here, so these girls have really set the tone of what that looks like, what it feels like, and I think, if they keep going and see some success here, then Gazelle basketball is going to see some really good years in the next 5, 10, 15 years coming up.
And then you just got 2 more regular season games before the Sodak 16. You've got Douglas and Spearfish. Tell me about the week you guys have ahead of you.
Huge week for us, especially when you're talking seed points. We win out, things could shake up. It could be interesting. It just depends on how everyone else does, but I think our biggest focus is going and getting 2 wins. Like, we don't want to end our regular season with a loss. We want to go and get 2 good, strong wins leading into what our postseason could look like and who we're going to face. So I think we just really need to focus in on what does Gazelle basketball look like, how do we go and execute and get 2 wins when we head out there. But, of course, we got to have a little fun doing it, too.
Oh, of course, got to have some fun while doing it and then build the confidence heading into the postseason. Coach, congratulations on the big win here tonight, and hopefully we'll see a couple more, and hopefully we'll get a chance to chat with you before the season's done.
Yes, thank you.
Again, that was Assistant Coach Heider of the Yankton Gazelles here during our Vichet Yankton halftime show of the Bucks game. The Bucks currently lead at the half. It's 37-15, a 22-point lead after Jackson Kudera knocked in yet again another triple for his team. He is just lights out right now and having a great game so far. We'll take a quick break. When we return, we'll continue on our Vichet Yankton halftime show as well as your halftime stats. It's all here on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube.
What does FloorTech do? When disaster strikes, water damage, mold growth, or fire cleanup, call the team you can trust. FloorTech Cleaning and Restoration. They respond fast to protect your home or business and restore it the right way with honesty, integrity, and top-notch service. Their crews proudly serve southeast South Dakota and northeast Nebraska, including Yankton, Mitchell, Norfolk, and Sioux Falls. For 24/7 emergency service, call 800-507-1822. If your home or floor is wet, call FloorTech or visit them at floortechrestoration.com.
Hi, it's Linda at Linda's Angel Crossing in Yankton. I carry Tribal, Lulu Bee, Ethel, Southern Lady, and Old Ranch. I have other brands too. The nursery has everything you need for babies. Copper pearl bibs, magnetic sleepers, swaddlers, bag sleepers, and baptism. Toddler clothing, boys and girls Under Armour to size 7, toys, little golden books, and other unique kids' toys. Linda's Angel Crossing, 1101 Broadway in Yankton.
Yankton Rexall in the Meridian District, Yankton, for all your gifts and decor needs. It's the only place in town to find both Hallmark ornaments and cards for any occasion. They also have Willow Tree and Precious Moments collectibles, the perfect anniversary and wedding gifts, nativity scenes, Watkins products, and single $1 chocolates. The Yankton Rexall Pharmacy for all your prescription needs. Yankton Rexall at the corner of 3rd and Douglas, downtown Yankton.
Hi, I'm Franny Kiefer with the Yankton School District Alumni Association. We strive to create a community of alumni and friends who support extracurricular and educational opportunities in the Yankton School District. Through scholarships, grants, innovative education opportunities, and staff appreciation. With us, you will keep connected to a community of Yankton School District alumni and friends all over. You can help continue to pay it forward and help future graduates. Register today at the Yankton School District Alumni Association website.
Pied Piper Flowers and Gifts on the corner of 15th and Broadway in Yankton. Your full-service flower and gift store. Beautiful fresh flower arrangements to artificial arrangements. Gifts, sympathy, foodie items to snarky gifts. Stop by and let the gals at Pied Piper give you the personal service you deserve. Brighten your day and head to Pied Piper Flowers and Gifts, where you'll find something new every time you go. Pied Piper Flowers and Gifts Yankton, they deliver.
Now time for the Vichet Yankton Halftime Show.
Vishay, define the world's future. Vishay electronic components bring to life the world's most important products. Products that touch lives everywhere, every day. Vishay, building the DNA of tech. Now, back to courtside for all the game trends, stats, and more.
And back for our Vishay Yankton halftime show, continuing on as the Yankton Bucks lead 37-15 over the Brookings Bobcats. And it was an impressive showing in the first half for the Yankton Bucks. Here are your halftime stats. Beck Reichen in this one, 6 points, 2 assists, and 2 rebounds. Owen Eidsness with 8 points, 2 rebounds, 3 assists, and a steal. Jackson Cooter, 14 points, 1 rebound, 1 assist, and 2 steals. Abe O'Brien has 3 points, 2 rebounds, and an assist. And Austin Conway, 6 points in this one, 1 rebound, and 1 steal, as both teams have now made it onto the floor. And coming off the bench, Ivan Hirschman, 1 rebound, 1 assist, and 2 steals. And Miles Drotzman with 1 rebound again. Didn't see him for a little couple of games there, and glad to have him back are the Bucks. As far as fouling goes, not too big of a concern for Yankton. 5 total fouls, 2 on both Abe O'Brien and Miles Drotzman, which would be considered their foul trouble right now. And then Beck Reichen with just 1. Again, on your Fox Top of Yankton scoreboard, it is 37-15. That sees the Bucks on top. 22 points their lead, and it's the largest we've seen of the night. And it was off of a near buzzer beater to end the first half for Jackson Kudera. And it was his 4th three-pointer made in that first half. He came out of the gates, though, with an immediate 11 points. Didn't score for some time, but still ends the half with 14. I mean, it's hard to stop him when he is cooking. He had two different times, too, where he was fouled on a three-point attempt. You've got to try something, but it is hard to stop him. In other games going on in boys AA, Sioux Falls Washington beat T-Area 66-58. Sioux Falls Jefferson beat Pierre TF Riggs 66-47, which is good news for the Bucks as they are fighting it in the standings between each other. Sioux Falls Roosevelt defeated Aberdeen Central 79-53. O'Gorman currently leads Huron 49-48 in the fourth quarter. O'Gorman receiving votes, Huron ranked number 2. And Brandon Valley, who's receiving votes, leads Mitchell 46-38 with 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter. That wraps up our Vishay Yankton halftime show. And during the girls' game, we took care of your halftime Beyond the Game, brought to you by Kalen's Indoor Comfort, Heating, and Air Conditioning. As it's time for 16 more minutes of basketball action here in Brookings, South Dakota. The Bucks lead 37-15, and they will start with the basketball in the second half. They've been playing some of their best basketball of the season as of late, and that first half was certainly no different. Ball is inbounded, and the clock is ticking. Our second half officially underway. Owen Eidsness to the far side. Beck Reichen moves it down low. Kudera takes a dribble and scores it. Jackson Kudera just stays at it and gets the scoring started here in the third quarter. Now a travel on Noah Lease. Hesitated just a little bit as he was trying to get the ball out. And Yankton takes over on offense. Kudera gets it. Now to Abe O'Brien, back up top. Jackson Kudera head fakes it, drives it to the lane, fouled on the attempt. Back to the free throw line he goes. Now uncharacteristic for Kudera. He's 0 for 3 at the line here to start the game. The foul goes on Noah Lease, his first personal, and the first foul of the third quarter. Kudera stays cold at the line. He's 0 for 4. He's pretty much made everything outside of the free throws. And that one drops, and maybe he just needed to get the one out of the way. It's a 25-point lead for Yankton, up 40-15 with 7.5 to play in the third quarter. Bobcats working against a Yankton full-court press, and they do break it. Noah Lease has it, working up against Beck Reichen. Tries driving it down low, has to bring it out. Now Jace Bauer, an open look for three. That one, a good look, but doesn't drop. Eidsness gives it up, Jackson Kudera. Jackson Kudera immediately draws a lot of attention. Beck Reichen steps out of bounds and turns it over. Bobcats basketball. Checking in is Gavin Anderson for Brookings. To the bench, Drew Johnson. And Owen Eidsness will come in just to make things a little more uncomfortable for Noah Lease, who's picked up his dribble. With it, Gavin Anderson, and now across the half-court line, the Bobcats offense can set up. Noah Lease got into the mid-range area, dumped it out to Jace Bauer. His short jumper rattles in and out. Eidsness drives with it. A lot of contact there on both sides. No call. Again, they've kind of let him play here. As Abel Bryan, the wraparound layup, no good. Offensive rebound, Austin Conway. Conway gives it up to Beck Reichen, who drives with it. Shot denied. Out to Jackson Kudera. Three-pointer. A 4-point opportunity. Jackson Kudera, another 4-point play opportunity. Didn't get the first opportunity to drop. Can write that here as we watch the replay on Yankton Streaming, brought to you by Yankton Winnelson. Kudera knocks it in, and it is 44-15. Yankton leads a 29-point lead for the Bucks with plenty of time to go. Wide open, just a miscommunication on defense for Yankton. Gavin Smith drives it ahead for two. "21 points, by the way, for Jackson Kudera early in the third quarter. Owen Eidsness, his pass taken the other way by Gavin Smith, and then taken right back away by Eidsness. Conway caught the basketball and went back court, was just off balance, couldn't quite reel it in without falling across. Jarrett Bauman will check in for the Bobcats. On the inbound, Gavin Anderson gives it up to Bauman. He'll sprint it across. Eidsness got a hand on it. Ball is on the floor, and it's a jump ball. That one was between Eidsness's feet and wrapped his hands down low. Got his hands on it. It'll stay with Brookings, but the possession arrow to flip on the inbound. Into Noah Lease, the basketball goes. Now on the far side beyond the perimeter, Bauer cross-court pass. Gavin Anderson picks up his dribble. Up top, Lease, pump fakes. Thought about another three, decides against it, brings it way back. Anderson down low, ball was tipped, last touched by Yankton. Stays with the Bobcats, only 8 seconds to shoot for them though here on offense. Inbound gets into Jarrett Bauman and goes out of bounds on the pass. Yankton takes over on offense. We're nearing already a 30-point lead for Yankton, which would enact the 30-point rule, the running clock outside of free throws and timeouts. Appreciate you tuning in tonight. I'm Zach Spear, alongside Nathan Delaney helping out. As Abel Bryan goes to the hoop, had a look, but Bergen Tetzloff rises up and sends it out. Not today, he says. Inbound gets in quick to Austin Conway. Now Abel Bryan to Owen Eidsness. Eidsness kicks it to Beck Reichen. At the elbow now to O'Brien. Drives it down low, gives it out to Kudera. Back to Abel Bryan. 5 to shoot here for Yankton. Abel Bryan gets into the mid-range, hits the deck hard and fouled. 2 attempts coming up at the line. Jace Bauer picks up the foul for Brookings. That is his 4th foul already tonight. 1 more and he is officially fouled out. 3 team fouls on Brookings here of the third quarter. Abel Bryan bounces around and in on the first attempt at the line. Kudera checks out with Miles Drotzman entering his place. O'Brien goes 1 for 2 as that one bounces off the front side of the rim. Bobcats want to move it quickly. Gavin Anderson will now pick up his dribble beyond the perimeter. Bounces it in. That one nearly a dangerous pass. Instead gets it in. Shot no good. Beck Reich in the other direction moves it quickly. Takes it himself. The reverse layup over his head. Scores it. He's up to 8 points and Yankton leads 30. It's 47-17 on your Fox Stop of Yankton scoreboard. Noah Lease with it. Swings it across. Gavin Anderson down low. Tetzloff. Eidsness nearly took it away, but it ended up right back to the hands of Gavin Anderson. Otherwise, Eidsness had a wide open other side of the court for 2. 8 to shoot here for the Bobcats. Ball gets knocked out of bounds. It'll stay here for Brookings. Again, clock continues to tick because it is a 30-point game right now with Yankton in the lead. We're halfway through our third quarter of action. Bucks up 47-17. Inbound gets into Bergen. Tetzloff collides with his teammate. Leaves his shot short. Eidsness down the other direction here. Now Ivan Hirschman to Drotzman. Beyond the perimeter, Eidsness fakes the 3. Brings it in, picks up his dribble, tries giving it up to Conway down low. Bounces off the backboard, and the Bobcats take it away. Eidsness again jumping in front of it, but can't quite get it fully. It goes out of bounds. Bobcats retain possession. And a late sub in here for Brookings. Jennings Huntemer will check in. Now he checks in, and to the bench moves Hayden Jones. That's going to take a good about 30 seconds off of our play clock here. Bobcats still on offense. Sprinting it down the floor is Lease. To the hands of Gavin Anderson, right back to Lease. He's got Ivan Hirschman sagged off of him on defense. To the hands of Jarrett Bauman across to Huntemer. That's Jennings Huntemer. The shot clock winds down here for Brookings. Noah Lease has to throw up a heave. Falls to the ground. Offensive board. Tetzloff got it off in time. But Hirschman the rebound. Yankton moves it quickly down the floor. Abe O'Brien drives it baseline. Draws the contact. Doesn't get it to drop. But free throws coming up for the senior. The clock will settle in at 2:01 to play in the third quarter. It's 47-17, and we do have a player down here for Brookings that they are going to check on here. And subs will check in for Yankton and Brookings. As off the floor now, Jarrett Bauman able to go off on his own. Jackson Reichen will check in here for Yankton. A sophomore, hasn't had a ton of playing time during the season. But now a great opportunity for him with his team up now 31. Abe O'Brien making the first free throw. Up to 5 points on the night for him. Averages 6.3 on the season. He's got 6 tonight. He's done nothing but improve all season long. Noah Lease works it against Owen Eidsness, picks up his dribble deep. Now to Huntemer, they move it down low. Tetzloff scores it over the top of Abe O'Brien. Bergen Tetzloff double-digit scoring. The scoring leader for his team in tonight's action. Eidsness drives with it, nearly lost it out of bounds. Cross court to Abe O'Brien. O'Brien into the lane. The short jumper is on target. Bobcats back to work on offense. Lease with it. Swings it across Gavin Anderson. Anderson to the corner. They now again down low. Tetzloff can't get the first attempt. Gets a rebound and scores it on the next attempt. Had the mismatch against Jackson Reichen, who's a just much smaller frame. Eidsness spins it. Frater, no good. Off the back iron, it bounces. Final minute of the third quarter on the way here. Yankton leading 51-21. Noah Lease, another three-point attempt, can't get it to drop. But Jennings-Huntemer, the offensive rebound. Another 3 attempt for the Bobcats. No. Tetzloff, the offensive board, puts it in for his 14th points of the game. Shot clock has been turned off. We've got about 8.5 total minutes to go in this one here tonight. Miles Drotzman has it for Yankton. They don't need to shoot until that buzzer sounds. Owen Eidsness across to Drotzman. Now taken away, Tetzloff the steal. Bobcats a chance for another score here as Jennings-Huntemer puts it in for 2. And Eidsness will get off a 3-quarter shot in time, but it falls way short. Your score after 3, 51-25. Yankton leads big time. 8 minutes to go when we return here on Classic Hits 106.3 in Yankton, streaming on YouTube. This is Bucks basketball presented by First Dakota National Bank.
At Anytime Fitness Yankton, your fitness journey starts with one step, and Anytime Fitness will be with you every step of the way. Open 24 hours a day with top-of-the-line equipment and guidance you need to reach your goals. Plus, your membership gives you access to every Anytime Fitness gym anywhere. No matter your goals, no matter the time, you belong at Anytime Fitness Yankton. Located at 2509 Fox Run Parkway. Start today at Anytime Fitness, where your fitness journey never stops.
Lucky for us, life is full of choices, big and small, just as it should be. They define us, make us who we are. And when it comes time for you to choose, a car, home, your next big adventure, or start a new business, Farmers Union Insurance has the variety of choices to make sure you have the perfect coverage to protect each perfect moment. Farmers Union Insurance.
Back to the floor, now under 8 minutes to go in the remainder of this one. Bucks lead at 51-25, and we'll start with possession into the fourth quarter. Abe O'Brien gives it to Conway, now across to Grady Walder. Kudera puts a defender to the floor, rises above, can't get the shot to fall. And would have been a highlight reel play had that shot fallen through. Noah Lease up ahead. Now Jace Bauer drives it. Kicks it out of the shot attempt. Drew Johnson, that is, to Gavin Anderson. Driving it. Bauer, no good. Ryken moves it quickly and pulls it out. Abe O'Brien in the post, working. Strong finish, gets the 2 and the foul. Abe O'Brien, another bucket. He's up to 10 points and a chance for 11 off the foul and one opportunity. So we watch the replay brought to you by Yankton Winnelson. O'Brien gets the free throw to drop. He's up to 11. Puts his team back up 54-25. 6:50 to go in the game. Noah Lease pump fakes a 3. Now we'll give it up to Jace Bauer. Across the court, it goes to the far side 3. Now up top, Gavin Smith. It's the hands of Gavin Anderson. Anderson brought it baseline and threw it right to the hands of Grady Walder, his first steal of the game. He's in the stat book. Beck Ryken swings it out. Abe O'Brien to Walder. Walder to Kudera, now down low. Conway's got it. Kudera gets it right back and scores it for an easy 2. Austin Conway the find and his first assist of the night. As that is every Yankton Bucks starter with an assist tonight. A timeout for the Bobcats and a quick 30-second break. When we return, it's 56-25. Yankton leads here on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube.
Welcome to Wall of Fame, where style meets customization, specializing in crafting custom clothing and print shirts. We ensure every stitch and every print is of the highest quality, so you get the best clothes every time. We're here for all your promotion needs, and the best part, our process is seamless. Simply share your designs with us and we'll handle the rest. Get custom clothes for the best price. Wall of Fame.
Just over 6 minutes to go here on the floor tonight. Yankton leading 56-25. Then the road trip home, and then a road trip out West River for both the Bucks and Gazelles to close out their regular seasons. Chase Bauer tries lobbing it down low to Tetzloff. Put a little too much. He'll have to dish it out. Gavin Smith buries the three. Drew Johnson scores it and fouled on that shot attempt. Beck Reichen free throws coming up as he just sprinted that straight down the floor and wanted the score. Foul goes against Bergen Tetzloff, his second personal, team second. Beck Reichen with 8 points in the game, could cross double digits with a couple of free throws here. First one, nothing but net. Miles Drotzman checks in place of Jackson Kudera. Kudera with 23, we'll see if he's done for the night. Reichen, it bounces around before dropping, and he has scored 10. 3 Bucks into double digits here tonight. On the other side, Tetzloff works against Conway, feeds it out. Another 3 that falls short. Conway the rebound. Beck Reichen moves it quickly. Gives it to Grady Walder. Gets a screen from Conway and now tries giving it to Conway down low. It goes out of bounds and a turnover by the Bucks offense as Jackson Reichen and Ivan Hirschman will check back in for the Bucks. Bobcats trailing 58-28 with the basketball here. 5 minutes to play in our game. Gavin Smith up top moves it. Jace Bauer at the elbow spins into the lane. Has it stripped free to the hands of Austin Conway. This is the 9th steal for the Bucks here tonight as Ivan Hirschman has it for Yankton's offense. Around the horn it goes. Grady Walder, the short jumper is good. Grady Walder scores in this one. A junior averages 2.7 points per game in the games he plays in as the ball knocked out of bounds there by Miles Drotzman. And a huge reaction here on the floor as checking in is Carson Krall for the Bucks. Conway to the bench. And another one. We got Talon Harms in as well, with Miles Drotzman heading to the bench. Inbound gets in, and we are halfway through our fourth quarter. That ball just lofted too high up, goes out of bounds. Yankton takes back over. Looks like the Bobcats are going to have a clean sweep of their team as well. Checking into this one, we've got Hayden Jones, Jennings Huntemer, Logan Shelsky, Andrew Hines, and Gavin Foreman. Bucks working it here on offense with it. Carson Krall gives it to Walder, hands it off Hirschman. Thought about the 3, decided against it. Now Harms back to Krall. He'll bring it to the elbow and give it to Grady Walder. Walder nearly losing it. Now Hirschman bounces it. Jackson Reichen spins it into the lane, puts it up, and that will drop. Everything's going the Bucks' way here tonight. Under 3 minutes to go. 62-28, a 34-point lead for Yankton, who's well on their way to win number 6. Driving with it here, Kingston Schneider gives it up, into the corner it goes. Hayden Jones, the triple attempt, no good. Ball knocked out of bounds by Jennings Huntemer, and Yankton's offense will reclaim possession. Yankton in no hurry to bring it down the floor as they move it right to left as you watch it on Yankton streaming on YouTube. Again, appreciate you tuning in here tonight. Love getting to be a part of Yankton Athletics. Carson Krall with it. Gives it up to Ivan Hirschman, right back to Krall. Drives it into the lane, kicks it out. Now with it, Jackson Reichen with his back to the hoop. 9 to shoot way downtown. Carson Krall, no good, but Jackson Reichen, the offensive rebound. Grady Walder way downtown. Off of the rim it goes. No good. Coming up, we'll have our First Dakota National Bank of Yankton post-game show. Your final stats. What's coming up for the Bucks and Gazelles is on the other side. No good on the attempt there for Jennings Huntemer. Fouled and headed to the line. For your full game stats, what's coming up for both Yankton Bucks and Gazelles. Our chat with Coach Haynes and all of that before we wrap it up here on the floor. Ivan Hirschman picks up his first personal, team's first, as no good is the first free throw from Jennings Huntemer. And we'll see if this is the teams on the floor who will wrap out our night. That one no good as well as Reichen gets another rebound. 2 points and 2 rebounds for Jackson Reichen late in this one. Grady Walder brings it up to the three-point line. Will give it up Talon Harms. Now Crawl with it to Hirschman. Hirschman crosses it. Walder finds some space at the free throw line. Off the front side of the rim it goes. Bobcats with it on offense as we near the minute mark here. 62-28 your score remains. Yankton winning. Into the hands of Walder. This one goes. Wants to move it quickly. Up ahead. Talon Harms goes in for 2 and scores it. Talon Harms with his first score of the year for the Bucks varsity team. Comes against the Brookings Bobcats on this Tuesday night. 35 seconds to play. Up top, a 3 here. Hayden Jones, no good. Hirschman brings it in. No shot clock, and Yankton will be able to dribble this one out. This will wrap it up as both the Bucks and Gazelles are going to come away with a victory here tonight. 64-28, your final score on the floor here. A 36-point victory, and that is going to have Yankton with a positive point differential, even though their record after tonight, 6-12. And if that doesn't tell you that it's probably the best 6-12 team you've ever seen, I don't know what will. Yankton wins. Your final score, 64-28. Again, 6-12, their updated record. For the Bobcats, they fall, and that might be it for their Sodak 16 chances on the season, as they will drop to 1-17 on the season. We're already the 19th seed. We'll see if they do have a chance. But coming up, your post-game stats, our chat with Coach Haynes, what's next for the Bucks and Gazelles, and a look at the standings and how these games might affect it for both the Bucks and Gazelles. Wouldn't be too surprised if both teams remain the 13th seed in AA, but it just gets them closer and closer to maybe taking over that number 12 spot. Bucks and Gazelles both with victories in their last 2. We'll take a break. When we return, the First Dakota National Bank postgame show here on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube.
Triple Time Rudy's on the corner of 16th and Broadway, Yankton. Stop in and check out their wide variety of items. Grab some snacks, whether you want chips, popcorn, or something sweet, they have it. Ice cold beverages, or when you need that boost in the morning, coffee. You can also grab the best locally produced meats, meat sticks, and cheeses in the area, guaranteed fresh. For those hot days, grab a Freezy too. Get all your car needs and 5 cents off a gallon when using cash. All at Triple Time Rudy's, Yankton.
The Bonesetter Chiropractic, Yankton. I'm Dr. TJ Stotz. When you need chiropractic, we're here. We use a hands-on approach, decompression traction, electrical stimulation, acupuncture, and state-of-the-art examination techniques. We're happy to offer exercise and supplement advice as well. The Bonesetter Chiropractic, 215 Mulberry, Suite 9, Yankton. Call or text 605-401-5701. Bringing you comfort when there's discomfort.
Starting the first bank in South Dakota was the easy part, earning the confidence of local farmers, helping families account for their dreams, and securing the future for countless businesses took us a little longer. We owe it to the hard workers, big dreamers, and forward thinkers out there. Thank you for making South Dakota a great place to call home.
Authentic Mexican food goods with the family touch is here in Yankton at Angela's Mexican Store. From fresh produce and meats to the spices and the snacks you miss from home. Traveling or just moved? No problem. They accept money from many different countries. Check out the different kinds of money on the wall. Family owned, family loved. They treat you like family. Angela's Mexican Store, where culture meets community. Stop in today.
Les Schwab Tires, located at 2809 Broadway in Yankton. It's the place to buy tires with all different tread types to fit your needs and rims ready to make your vehicle shine. Not only do they sell tires, they fix them too. Flats, brakes, alignments, and more. You can feel confident that your car will be taken care of. No waiting for your tires, they should have them in stock. If you're looking for tractor or semi-tires, those are available too. Les Schwab Tires, where the sign says it all.
MT and RC Smith Insurance has been a part of the Yankton community since 1949. Our agency would love to help you with your home, auto, business, life, and long-term care insurance needs.
We take pride in providing you with quality service when you have a claim or need to make changes to your coverage.
The MT and RC Smith Insurance Agency is flexible to meet with you in person or at the office at 204 West 4th Street. Give them a call for insurance changes, payments, claims, or service requests.
Craving something boss-level delicious? Come out to Boss Pizza and Chicken, where flavor meets delicious and delicious meets drooling. Your taste buds won't be the same when you taste the bold flavors of Boss Pizza and Chicken. From crispy chicken to juicy burgers to handcrafted specialty pizzas, Boss has it all. Serving lunch and dinner Monday through Sunday starting at 11 o'clock. That's why they're the boss. Boss Pizza and Chicken, just waiting to crush your cravings.
Warmer days are coming, and sooner or later your air conditioning will need to kick in as well. But what if it doesn't? Well, don't wait. Call Larry's Heating and Cooling. With 43 years in the business, we're very knowledgeable on what we do and how we serve our customers. You can rest assured that when you call day or night, someone will always pick up the call. Join our elite club today and become a priority member. Skip the line, get discounts on services, and have no overtime fees. Call Larry's Heating and Cooling for expert service from factory-trained technicians.
And back to the floor for our First Dakota National Bank post-game show. First Dakota has proudly supported the dreams and banking needs of their customers for over 150 years. They offer personal, business, and ag banking solutions for every stage of your journey, with 2 locations downtown and North Broadway, Yankton. The Yankton Bucks with a big win here tonight, 64-28. And really, it felt like since the start of the game, you knew who was going to win this one, as the Bucks got out to a hot start, led early, and never looked back here in Brookings on a Tuesday night. Your final stats in this one: Beck Reichen wraps up with 10 points, 3 rebounds, and 3 assists. Owen Eisnes with 8 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 steals. Jackson Kudera, the game high, 23 points, 3 rebounds, 1 assist, and 2 steals. Abe O'Brien, 11 points, 2 rebounds, and an assist. And to round off the starters, Austin Conway with 6 points, 4 rebounds, 1 assist, and 2 steals. Coming off the bench for Yankton, Ivan Hirschman with 3 rebounds, 2 assists, and 2 steals. Miles Drotzman with 1 rebound. Grady Walder had 2 points, 1 assist, and 2 steals. Jackson Reichen with 2 points and 2 rebounds. And Talon Harms with 2 points. We also saw contributions on the floor from Carson Krall tonight. It was a nice night to get some players on the floor who maybe don't always get to the floor. It's now time for your hot hands of the game, brought to you by Kaiser Heating and Cooling of Yankton. Yankton's original and most trusted heating and cooling professionals for over 76 years. Kaiser Heating and Cooling, 808 West 23rd Street of Yankton. You probably could have guessed who our hot hands of the game were going to be after the first quarter of action. It is, again, Jackson Kudera leading his team with 23. The next closest was Abe O'Brien with 11. How do you not give the kid who knocked down 5 triples in a game the hot hands of the game. So Jackson Kudera, again, hot hands. Along with that, he also had 3 rebounds, an assist, and 2 steals. He also had a 4-point play with an and 1-3, and earlier a chance at a 4-point play, but didn't finish the free throw. And just overall, what a great performance. And the Bucks really trending in the right direction here, and a legit chance to move up here should they continue winning. They've only got 2 games left, coming against Spearfish and Douglas. And that's true for both the Bucks and the Gazelles, as they will wrap up their regular season here this Friday and Saturday against those 2 teams. And both games will be broadcasted live on Fox Sports Radio 101.5 AM 1570, as well as it has been all season long, Yankton streaming on YouTube. Again, we've got some other coverage that we had going on tonight, as it was the start of the regional tournament playoffs for both Class A and Class B girls. And we're covering some Class B teams, as we will be following Gayville-Vollen, who defeated Avon 55-50 in a nail-biter. What a good game that one ended up being, as they will now take on the Centerville Tornadoes, who we will be covering. No matter who wins of that, we will be covering. If the Raiders win, it'll be on Gayville-Vollen Raiders on YouTube. If Centerville wins, it'll be on 5 Star streaming on YouTube. And then number 10 ranked Freeman defeated Irene Wakanda. The final score 64-40. And we will be covering the Freeman Flyers for the remainder of their season on 5 Star streaming on YouTube. Vermilion Tanagers also got a win in our coverage over Dakota Valley. Your final score 54-32, as they will now travel to take on Sioux Falls Christian here this Thursday. We will have live coverage of that game, and that will be on Fox Sports Radio 101.5 AM 1570 and Vermilion Tanagers on YouTube. No updates on the standings as of now for either the Bucks or Gazelles. But again, both entering the game in as the 13 seed. Gazelles, the lone owner of that 13 seed, and the Bucks were tied with, now it has been updated for Pierre T.F. Riggs. Yankton is currently in 13. Of course, Yankton's win has not been put in yet. So we will see. Mitchell's dropping too, and a chance for Yankton to get up into that top 12 is seeming more and more realistic, as now we're joined by head coach Chris Haynes of the Yankton Bucks. Coach, in a game where your team took an immediate lead right out of the gates, just kind of felt like you controlled the entire game, and a great win for your team.
Yeah, I thought, again, it started with our defensive intensity, our pressure in the full court, and even when they did break, it was just straight man-to-man. We thought we could get underneath them and pressure them and speed them up and make it difficult to just move the basketball to get into their sets. And obviously they want to get the ball inside to Tetzlaff, so we wanted to make it as hard as possible for them to do that. And I thought our guys did a good job, again, of approaching the game the right way, quote-unquote trap game. We're coming off a huge win, our biggest win of the season. They had just lost a tough one on the road. They'd been playing better as of late. And so we knew the first 4 minutes, the challenge was, can we come out and play with the same intensity and energy that we have here the last few weeks? And so proud of our guys for doing that. And then obviously Jackson got off to a great start shooting the basketball from the perimeter, which allowed obviously us to get a lead, but also then to get in our press again.
And as you mentioned, a lot of points from Jackson Kudera, but it is another game. Feels like we're saying this in every post-game conversation here. 3 guys scoring double digits, and had Eidsness just chipped in 2 more, would have been 4 guys. I mean, it's more frequently happening where your offense is just everyone's clicking.
Yeah, we're playing with a lot of confidence right now, and like you said, we're moving the ball really well. We got good ball movement, player movement. We're getting good looks, and the guys are stepping up and knocking them in. And so obviously you got to continue to do that. This time of year, kids got to step up and make plays and make shots, and our guys are doing that right now.
And you only give up 28 points. You're going to win a lot of games giving up that few points.
Yeah, obviously I thought our defensive pressure was huge, but then also, Tetzlaff is a load in there, and I thought Austin Conway did a great job of not allowing him just to get the ball right on the block or right at the basket. It's huge. It may not sound like a big deal, but if he catches it 4 to 6 feet away, it's really tough to double him and to bring help, and then he's a good passer out of that. But Austin was able to get him 8, 10, 12 feet away from the basket. And now when you're digging, you can disrupt him. And when he does put it on the floor, you still have room that you can go get it before he's right at the basket. So Austin did a good job of having early pickups tonight. And like I said, just not letting me catch it right at the basket.
And now coming up, you wrap up your regular season this Friday and Saturday with a West River trip against Douglas and Spearfish. Your week, what's it going to look like?
Yes, Friday is going to be a long day. And so we'll leave Yankton at 7 o'clock our time, and we probably won't tip off. It's a doubleheader in Spearfish. And so we probably won't tip off till, 9:30 our time. So that's always the challenge going out there. That's a really long day. And can you handle that long trip, that long bus ride, and still come out and play with the same energy and intensity that we have here the last few weeks? And so that'll be the challenge for our guys, because Spearfish is really good. They got into the state tournament last year, and they pretty much had their whole team back. And they got 3 really good players, 3 really good guards. They're really quick. The Vavuska, or however you say his name, can really shoot it. He's like 6'3", 6'4", can really shoot it, athletic. And then they got a big guy inside. And they play really well at home, this group has. The last 2 years, they've very rarely lost at home the last 2 years. It's a gym that gets really loud. The fans feel like they're right on top of you, and they always have a good crowd. I mean, Spearfish is coming out and supporting this team the last couple of years, and rightfully so, because they're good.
Well, Coach, as always, appreciate the time. Congrats on another win here.
Okay, thanks a lot, Zach.
Again, that was head coach Chris Haynes here of the Yankton Bucks, and that pretty much wraps it up here for us tonight. Appreciate you tuning in. I'm Zach Spear alongside Nathan Delaney. We'll get you back to your regular programming on Classic Hits 106.3. And until next time on Yankton streaming on YouTube, have yourself a great rest of your night.
This has been a presentation of Yankton High School basketball from 5 Star Communications. Thanks for tuning in, and join us next time for all Yankton athletics. Go Bucks and Gazelles!